All right. So individuals are still joining. Welcome to our live stream. It's the BELC Spring 2025. So excited to have you guys. This is a great reference for you guys to go back, train your teams. Perfectly, everyone be able to take something back with them, whether you're in the classroom or not. So let's go ahead and get started. It's many of you guys. And let's share our communication slides in one moment. All right. So you'll be asked, what CE did you join? It was the Beauty Educators Leadership Conference 2025. This conference was brought about for educators by educators. I am a girly's girl, but more importantly, I am an educator's educator. All right. I want to make sure you're equipped to have what you need for the classroom. I do a lot of studies and evaluating who's in our classrooms and learning styles. Just a nerd at hand, and I just love to be able to share information. So I will serve as your facilitator today. Also, tomorrow we have several facilitators. Sean is coming in from PSI. We have a presentation from Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology. We have um, uh, a Coach Ava coming in tomorrow. And so all of these individuals that'll be coming in to help take us to the next level. Very exciting for the BELC 2025. All right, here's the time that we are doing roll call. Again, on our live stream, we will not identify in the chat, all right? But this is how we will initially come back from every break. The roll call, if we could practice that right now, for you to get credit, I need to make sure that you are human, okay? So put your name in the chat again, along with your license number. Let's see how that works. Let's run up the chat right now. Let's run up the chat and let's see how we working. Let's run up the chat, run up the chat. Let me find a playlist from our 2024, BELC 2024. Shout out to our November class, BELC 2024. I'm going to play their playlist. And by the time this course is over, you guys will have your own playlist commemorating your time here at BELC. All right. In the chat, in the chat, in the chat, or text me. Yeah, I don't mind if you record. But this is being live streamed. It's gonna be recorded via YouTube. Whoever wanted to record this, you can always go back and get it. You can even look at it now. We're live, okay? And so let's look at the chat and see what we got. Oh, y'all are looking so good in the chat. You're looking so good in the chat. Oh, wow. Welcome to Keisha, LaShawn. Welcome, LaShawn. Welcome, Callie. Oh, man. Welcome, Amelia, Isa, Yolanda, Jarvis, Erica, Rose. And Rose, I was thinking about you last night. Camilla, Debbie, Kimberly, welcome. Luz, Thaddeus, Shauna, Roxy, welcome, guys. Welcome, Tamra, Cynthia, Misty, Connie, welcome. You got to make sure you let me know if I'm pronouncing it, guys, because we can mess up the name, but I do not want to do that. Welcome, Marcus Laverta. Am I saying that right? Yes. Welcome, Kimberly.
It's Leverta.
Leverta. Thank you. All right. I got you, Kim. All right. Welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Curl, Christian, Tanya, Marcus, Thomas. Welcome, Vivian, Monica. Welcome, you guys. And James. I just saw somebody that had Cosmo and Barbary. Please, 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 when we are doing roll call, make sure you put those numbers in. And before this training is over, please make sure that you talk to me personally. I want to make sure both of those get in. So reminders are always great. Thank you. Thank you. Clayton, pronounce your name for me, Clayton. Last name Clayton. I don't want to say Forticia. I don't want to mess it up.
Tasha.
Fortessa.
Tasha.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Great. I may go with the last name.
That's fine. And you can call me T.
T. Oh,
Yes.
love it. I may go with the last name of T. And y'all, I do that in my classrooms. I will go with a last name. Got it, got it. I would go with a last name, y'all. Look, because I will mess up somebody's first name, or at least until I know them. Okay, so we'll talk about that as well. Just out of respect, I don't want to mess it up, so I would go with a general last name in a heartbeat. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. So glad that everyone's here.
Destiny, I have
So
a quick. I'm sorry, I have a quick question. I have a dual license, cosmetology esthetician. Do you need the aesthetics license as well?
If you hold a license and you're going to operate as an educator and it needs to be renewed, I need you to make sure, that you put both of those numbers in.
Okay, I'll send it again. Thanks.
But you know what? I think it's more so aesthetics fall under cosmetology, so it's more so if you're a barber and cosmetology.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, no worries. Okay, thank you.
Awesome, Kim. It's always good to hear your voice. Good to see you doing well.
I know, you too, friend, and congrats on the book. I shared that with my students.
Awesome. It's amazing. It's amazing. All right, y'all, let's look at fun facts. And first of all, let me just tell you. I am very, very approachable. If you have something you want to say, you want to chime in, I'm an interactive teacher. I need you to chime in. But also, I feel like doing these educational trainings are like reunions as well. Like I told you, I'm an educator's educator, but I see so many amazing faces that I may have worked with before. And I want to say it is so good to see you and to see everybody doing well. So let's keep it moving. And it's always good to, when you see somebody, to share how well you enjoy seeing them, because people are here today and they're gone tomorrow. So I believe in letting you know that I appreciate you. So you're going to see and hear a lot about that. But as your facilitator, let's check out a couple of facts about me. Okay. And it's not all about me, but it's going to be some maybe you knew and maybe you didn't know. Okay. Of course, I'm a cosmetologist at heart. I'm an educator, school owner. I say evolving school owner. And a beauty school coach, consultant, and author. I think I do more coaching and than consulting. I love coaching. I am what you would consider the meat and potatoes of beauty school. And what I tell you, anybody can read and go before a board and open up something. I am a part of that team that wants you to sustain. So how do we keep it going? How do we keep the people in the classroom? Once all of the lights and glory are gone, how do we really operate in the inside? And so that's what I love to do. And then of course I work for product companies, cultivating particularly color. I am a kingdom entrepreneur, so you know my belief, and I love to travel, hence live from Georgia. And I am a sister, an auntie, a daughter, and a friend. And when I tell you, it does not end. All right. Here's a couple things on the side. Just if you didn't see a bio, y'all, I didn't know I could cook a little something. And I learned that to help with a grief and to help with just different pressures and things that were going on, I could cook. And cooking really makes me relax. It makes I enjoy someone else enjoying food uh, or ice cream or dessert. So I absolutely love cooking. Am I a pro? No. Leave me alone. I'm my own chef. Okay. I wear my own hat. All right. I love beauty of all senses. So I love perfume and fragrance. It just takes me to another place. So I love to smell good. And it could get a little expensive. I love ice cream in the winter. If you did not even know, ice cream is my favorite in the winter. So ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. Have I had to push back from it? Yeah, because when ice cream comes, wait. Okay. So I still love ice cream. I love to read and I love to write. And so in your latest edition, 14th edition cosmetology, you can check out chapter 15 and chemical texture services. And you'll see that I help contribute to the next whatever you want to call it. But um yeah, I love to write. So at the end of the day, all of these presentations or pretty much came from my mind, God, the strategies. They're being live streamed. You can always go back to them. And so never forget that every day that you're in the classroom, you're writing your own book, you're building your own curriculum, you're building strategy. And hopefully today this becomes a strategic, you become a strategic author of where you want to go in your classrooms. So let's join the conversation. How do you learn about us? How do we keep up with each other? On Facebook, we have a group called Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. Every training gets to join the group. So welcome to the group if you're a Facebookie, okay? If you're a Facebookie, welcome to the group Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. Join it at your leisure. And I think I may be dropping a few notes here and there while we're on our 16-hour journey, okay? You can find me on Facebook and IG via DCI Academy or Destiny Cox. And Destiny Cox is my real name. So many interviewers say, why did you use your real? I did not know we didn't need to, but that is actually my real name. And so you can find me on any of those platforms. And remember, approachable. If you have a question, ask. All right. On TikTok, you can find at Destiny Cox 18 and some of our hashtags that we'll be using for this particular conference will be DCI Academy, BELC Tennessee, BELC 2025, and Team DCI. Those are our hashtags that we use for our growing beauty community within DCI Academy. And we just invite you guys to join us on all social platforms, okay? Here's how we're gonna go. Our breaks are gonna be our breaks, okay? But as we continue to move forward, we have our check-in. All right. So we are literally just going over some things and getting into our check-in now. Then we move over into our first quarter. Okay. And second quarter, halftime, third quarter, fourth quarter, and summary, survey, and departure. All right, look, hey guys, look, we are consistently working, okay? So I want you to make sure if you have any questions, concerns, gonna be late, not gonna make it. I can't do anything about extended hours, all right? We're set for 16, board approved, so make sure and push as much as possible. Again, I'm not a person that's worried about cameras. I need interaction. I need participation. I need you to be in response on the other side. Any questions, any clarifications or emergencies, don't hesitate to reach out, okay? All right, let's look at a few of our house rules. All right. As you can see, um, and I'm going to talk about our theme today. But as you can see, here's our house rules. Be on time. And kudos to those individuals who were on time before time. Okay. You guys were set. You were in here. Kudos to you. Be on time. Show up. Okay. Show up. And I always say show up and show out. Be kind and considerate to others, of others. And I have this space in my classroom. This is a safe space. And I had a new student just kind of read that out loud. And I said, this is a safe space. You can say what you need to say. You can there should be no bullying. There should be no nothing, no discrimination, none of that, because we're here to learn. Okay. And when we're here to learn, learning is fun. So I aim to just kind of channel some of your learning styles, some of your teaching styles, and just make it fun. So we have to be kind and considerate, and then we'll get to the good stuff. Be a team player. All right. And what that team player means to me, I'm all in wherever it takes. So if I'm a part of a team, let's get it done. And then what's the learning curve behind it? Okay. So I'm all in, y'all. We are locked in. When you got these instructors license, many of you this should know that every 2 years we'll have to just kind of reassemble. We'll have to come back together. And so we're in reunion style today. And so we are all in. Whatever it takes to keep my license, I got to get it done. So I notice, I see the sacrifices for you on a Sunday, 8 hours for you on a Monday. So thank you in advance for being all in. And literally by you being here, you're saying whatever it takes. Okay. And so I appreciate you. And sharing is caring. And the reason I say sharing is caring, because we got some individuals, y'all, that has never had a continuing education training. All right. So this is their first. I want you guys to make it impactful. Get in the chats every session and share. You guys do not know how impactful this is going to be to that educator that's going back to the classroom and saying, hey, I needed this because I didn't know what else I was going to do. I was at my ends. What do I do in this classroom? And for me, guys, I always went to Nashville. I always went to Nashville, and I had friends that I would meet up with. But y'all, coming to the continuing education and really wanting something that I could take back to my classroom and to the school that I was working for, it was everything. It built a little of what you see here. All right. Because I wanted to be dedicated to my students, and I knew I had to bring something fresh and new to the classroom. So I am, for those that have went to continuing education trainings, you know how impactful these trainings could be. For the next time that you walk in the classroom with your students, you feel refreshed, you feel renewed. And so just super excited about that. So share your experience. You are definitely still needed. Okay, we still need it. We still need it. And then relax, have fun. It's game time. Okay, it is absolute game time. Hey guys, so you see the basketball theme. I experimented a little bit in 24 with theming it up. Went to continuing education training. We were out in Vegas, and I just have over the years learned not only how I teach, but how I learn. I am not, can I just be totally transparent with you guys? I am not a good student. I am a good student, but y'all, I can see myself when I'm bored, I'm probably not the student you want in your classroom, because I'm gonna start touching stuff. I'm gonna look at my phone. I'm gonna find something else going on, and I bet you see that in your classrooms today. But I just sometimes you just gotta take a step back. Yeah, I teach, I do a lot of stuff, but Destiny, you're not a good student. And I had to say, well, and I noticed this about 20 years ago, and it's just not hitting me. 20 years, 20 something years later. And I'm saying, you know what? There are probably more educators like me, okay, that feel the way I feel. So what I had to do was bring it all the way down and learn how I teach, okay? Learn how I teach, what I was comfortable in. And then, although I teach this way, that's not how I learn. So I had to also learn how I receive information and applied information and just say, how would I like to receive the information? And so just going through that and discovering different things, I also look at the interests of people. Yo, we had such an amazing time in November. It was a football thing. And I think that's the whole 24, it was a football thing. And one of our trainings was actually on Super Bowl Sunday. And we had an amazing, amazing time. And things to your lessons, that's your first lesson, things to your lesson kind of help you create interest in what's being taught. Okay. So finding common interests of what people like and then connecting that with the information to grow their lives really brings in a natural sense of learning. Okay. It doesn't become hard, it becomes easy. And y'all, I did not know that I was invested in football until I started teaching concepts of football and matching it in different parts in my classroom. And I did not know that my female clients were engulfed in football as well. So it became great icebreakers to move into the lessons. And then also just looking at the time of the year and basketball, I just wanted to say, hey, let's do the same with basketball. The team concept is where we're really trying to go, period. In order to win the game, there's many positions on the team, and the team got to work together. Okay, the team cannot lead itself. They have to have a coach. They have to trust the coach, and also just in the back and forth, and just learning who's in position in your classrooms. I for the last 2 years have gone with the team aspect because it's not just about the individual. I want you to go back to your school and cultivate the whole school. And so that's just me. That's just what we're going to do. And I don't like boring. I don't like boring. Okay. So with us having 50% trainings digital wise, I've had to cultivate this virtual digital world with 18 and 19 and 23 and 24-year-olds and make it fun. And we have had to bridge the gap with things that they like, they're familiar with culture, and bring it into education. And we've been successful. We've been successful. First, we've had to learn who our students were. And so today, we're just going to take the concept of basketball and we're going to build our teams and have some amazing, amazing times. All right, let's look at the chat. Great, great, great. As you guys are coming on, awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. I want you guys to go into chat. How many people watch basketball? You played basketball. Y'all, I got some height on me. Okay? I got some height. And many people say, you played basketball? Y'all, can I be honest? Number one, I play, and my family may see this. I don't know. I'm being very transparent. Y'all, I play basketball. Okay. I grew up always at grandma's house. Grandma lived in a part of town called South Memphis. Okay. We didn't have a basketball court, but my mom had brothers, and I'm the first grandbaby, and I had height on me. So guess who was always a part of the five? So they could play basketball. I didn't want to play. So I was come outside and be on my team and help me. I'm like, oh my goodness. Didn't know anything about basketball. And so I learned street basketball. because my job was to block. Okay, so I was center everything. I blocked, and then I talked trash and just crazy. Street basketball, middle school goes into structured coaching, and didn't know where I could fit in. So just and puberty and oh, that boy is cute. It didn't work. So I played 1 year of basketball and I fell in love with boys. It just didn't work. I was tired of running back and forth. It's just on some people and some people it's not. Okay. So have always loved the sport, but I never really played basketball structured in school. But I think I'm gonna pick it back up. As a hobby. I'm thinking about picking it back up, but I love to watch basketball. And it's kind of been overshadowed lately because I've been watching the draft, the football draft, getting some nuggets there and just excited about a few things. But you should have seen me in the playoffs, the college playoffs. I was in the floor. Okay. I was in the floor. So I love basketball. I love the structure of it. I love the team aspect of it. Let's go to the chat and see what you guys are saying. Let's see what you guys are saying. You did Chloe said she did a basketball camp once, but was not a fan. You're not a fan of basketball? Okay. But you did a camp. We need more of those. Who is that says I was a cheerleader? It says Zoom user. Who was a cheerleader? Shauna said I tried. I was terrible at it. Oh yeah. But so you understand, Shauna, we had the crate on the side of the house and girl, they forced me. And my uncle, I'm not gonna say his name, but my uncle wanted a boy so bad. And when his wife got pregnant and said she was having a boy, I was so glad. I was like, yes, so he could stop pulling me outside to play basketball. So I was so excited to pass that on. Sherry said knee injury. Mm. Brittany said, who's your team? I played in middle school one season, but I've mostly been a cheerleader. I played for Humes Middle School. And I'm telling y'all my geographic movement across the city. Humes is what? North Memphis? Yeah, I played for Humes. I lived downtown and I played for Humes. You were AD in high school. I love sports. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Daisy, Tennessee. Good, good, good. Jarvis said, I wish Memphis had done better. Yeah. Mm, we're gonna talk about, yeah. I don't know. What we gonna do, y'all? We gotta do something about Chris. We gotta do something. We gotta do something. But I'm a Ja Frank fan, so act up. Where you act up, he gonna act up too. Oh, Cherie. Great, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So it seems like we kind of need some lessons, okay? It wouldn't be a bad call for a camp for adults. We kind of need some lessons. Okay, Coach Dunn says a lot of people notice when you succeed, but they don't see what it takes to get there. Let's chime in the chat. A lot of people notice when you succeed, but they don't see what it takes to get there. What do you guys think? What do you think? Yeah, yeah. Let me get one person to unmute. So true. Oh, the chat is blowing up. The chat is blowing up. Good. Yes, Kim said you got to work for a true statement. James. Yeah, they don't know your story.
I want to chime in.
Yes, come on.
I think that they know what it takes behind the scenes to win. They just don't acknowledge their part. They wait to acknowledge the failures.
Mm, good job, Monica. So you have those. Man, they don't see what it takes to get there. And again, just piggybacking, they don't recognize the sacrifices. And honestly, Monica, you make it look good. You make it look easy. They don't see
So
that.
do you. So do you.
Oh wow. You make it look good, you make it look easy. But let me tell you something. I absolutely love this quote, and it's motivating. Because sometimes, we want people to, how hard I worked, how all the stuff I did to prepare for this. The students don't care. You know what they care about? Is their educator coming in and giving them what they need to get to the next layer, the next level in life. They don't care what it took for you to get there. Are we here now? So I often share this with educators as well. You're stepping into some big shoes. This is no longer your 401k. It's no longer your retirement plan to teach. It's no longer that. That scenario can go out the window. You have to be properly prepared to move into a classroom with this generation of beauty students. You have to be more than prepared. And so this is not a wing it season. And I hate to say, if anybody think, oh yeah, I'm gonna wing it, I'm just gonna, until I go into retirement, this is not it. You're not gonna last. You have to cultivate, you have to adapt, you have to move, you have to change, and you do not worry about being acknowledged about what it took for you to get there. Just when you
Okay.
showed up and when you got there, did you show up? All right, that's all they want, and we're going to talk about that too.
Oh, can I chime in for a moment, please?
Yes, go
Because
ahead.
I had an experience in a classroom. Um, I was teaching putting in a perm,
Mm-hmm.
and so I was teaching it the way that I was taught when I first went to school, and I had a student call out in the classroom, "Well, that's not right." I said, "Oh, it's not. Oh, okay." I said, "So how did you learn?" Number one, they were doing kitchen cosmetology, is what I like to call it. And number two, the YouTube Academy is how they. So I allow the student to come up next to me, and I says, "I want you to do it how you say it's supposed to be done, and then I'm going to do it the way that I'm instructing it." So
Mm,
after we had finished, now mind you, I went salon speed because I was doing student speed in the classroom. So
yes.
I went salon speed, going through it, going through it, going through it. We get through the whole process. And of course, her curls aren't tight, they're loose, they're not formed. When I finished, she's like, "Oh my gosh, uh, how did you know that?" I said, "Sweetie, that's why I have instructor. That's why I'm up here in front of
Ooh,
the class."
ouch.
Yes. So at the end of it, um, there was another teacher and another instructor that came to me and said, "You know what? I respect you for the way that you handle that
Mm,
situation because it was very professional." And that is also something that we tend to forget while we're in the classrooms, that even though you'll have a student to pop off, you have to remember your
yes.
professional type image that's going to carry you a lot further than if you want to
Mhm.
do a snapback, as they say.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share
I love
that
that. And
tidbit.
I love that. And you really you hit it on the nail when you're talking about respond, but keep your professionalism. Remember, everybody's watching you, and you're somebody is looking to you. And sometimes it could be a test. Okay. It could just simply be a test. But I like how you handled that. You kept it professional, and they needed to see. Um, many different points in your comment, especially YouTube and things of that nature. But I tell people all the time, it's okay, but who are you following? Okay, who are you following? And then make sure that when you deliver in the classroom, they will make you work for it. Whatever your paycheck is, make sure when you deliver in the classroom, you go above and beyond. So that student will never just try it again, but I think they have a awakening, okay, an awakening of, man, I need some more work. This is not it. I need some more work. Nicole Hill says, respond instead of reacting. Yes. Yes, I love that. I love that. Let's see one more. Misty, they don't care how much you know until you know how much you care. Exactly, exactly. And I don't run a resume down to students. I hardly ever talk about any accolades or anything. I want you to get it. And I'm asking questions. And for me, um, I found that I have a lot of skillful students, but I've had to challenge them in what they retain. Has that been something you guys have ran into? The students are very skillful, but actually retaining what they're doing or bringing it to an understanding and summarize it, they can't put the words together. They don't know, but and so I kind of come there and come in and kind of do a connection. And then sometimes you have to, chime in and set them down a little bit because they thought they were in a certain place, but you're not. And it's okay. And build them back up. Yes. And especially if they are on the spectrum. And guys, that's a part of our class tomorrow. It's just talking about and identifying um, a few individuals in our classroom that may be on different spectrums, and we got a section in our class tomorrow in our training called the barriers. What are some barriers of student learning and barriers of teaching? And so Coach Ava is going to come on and have a great conversation about how do we discover that, how do we deal with it, and things of that nature, just different things.
Can I say something? This is
Yeah.
Leanne. Hi everyone. I've been in this business for 42 years, and I have seen the difference in. I've only been teaching for like 5 years, but the the difference between our generation and this new generation is phenomenal. I mean, it dumbfounds me sometimes because I don't understand some of it at all. And I I walk into the classroom and they don't care about my background. They only care about what they saw on YouTube last night, and they
Mhm.
want to learn how to do it right then. And their attention span is shorter, and to like you said, you keep entertainment and try to make it fun. And I've pretty much I really appreciate the feedback on how you responded, how the one teacher responded to the student, because they all think that they know more than you, and sometimes it's really hard to be able to walk in there with a good attitude and then
Mhm.
end with a good attitude. um,
Mhm.
but I love teaching, and I love being able to be a part of it. However, it does have its challenges. I'm old school, and and I want respect in my classroom, but I think that I walk in there just like I did with my kids. You gotta respect them and learn about them before they even have any type of respect for you. And keeping it professional is one thing, but actually getting down on their level and knowing them as they have different struggles than we used to have. and
Oh, wow.
and
Yeah.
and that's where I come from, is like I want to connect on a personal level,
Mhm.
because it makes my job a little easier, and I think that they are tend to open up a little bit more and learn better.
Leanne, you're totally right. You're totally right. We want to do a job and but also you want respect. And you are the coach of your classroom. Okay, and you have your team. And for me, that's why a lot of times I do last names, um, because I know you've probably heard them say you got to show respect to get respect or something of that nature. You got to earn respect. Look, I know what environment I'm going into. I know what I signed up for. Okay, let me show respect. A lot of times I say Mr. or I say Mrs. The students don't know that I'm forgetful of first names, but I remember better last names. And I want to learn something about them. So a lot of times the first thing we do, I want to learn about them. So as we begin to move in and I'm learning about you, this could be something that you could take back to your classroom. And sometimes I need to know those things because as I'm teaching, as I'm going through these modules, I want to connect with you. I want you to feel like this is a part of your classroom. And then just say if in a director mode, I want to know what my teachers like and what they do outside of school, just a few nuggets, because I want them to be a part. I don't want you to just come in and clock in. I want them to literally have ownership of what we're doing here. It's not just, this company's school, but I want the teachers to say my school. I want them to be connected. I want them to be invested. And so in every class, let's just start here, learning something about the individual, and we're going to build up as we learn about them. Okay. And we find ways to connect what they like to what we got to give them. The students become invested. Okay. And let's just see on the other side, and we'll get into the comments and chats and things of that nature. We're going back to the chat, but I'm going to ask maybe 3 to 5 people just to kind of give me some 3 things about you. Okay. And this is what I do sometimes with students. I do a 2 minutes. You ever been to uh, uh, a friend on the program that said 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay. But y'all, we got 8 hours today. But I want as many people as I can to chime in vocally and say, hey, 3 things about you. You know about me. Put it on the table. Let's go to the chat. Okay. 3 things about you. 3 things about you. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. And guys, sometimes I don't, in my class, I say, okay, you can cut the cameras, but I still want them active. And so the chat just be moving, moving, moving. All right. So 3 things in the chat. And I want, I'm gonna look at my roster and let's just I'm literally gonna call from 3 people that I've seen just interacting. And so let's going to the chat. Leanne, high functional autistic son, own my own salon. Ooh, for 38 years in 3 different states. Awesome. Okay. My kids are so left-handed. Okay. Loyal, caring, honest. I love it. Honest, 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 honest. Eric has 2 boys. And golf is on my and pickleball, actually, golf is on my to-do list. I want to take some lessons. So it's on my to-do list. Demi said, I love football for kids. All right. You guys are cutting up. You guys are cutting up. Kim said she's a travel, a foodie. All right. Good job. James, passionate, compassionate, and helpful. Good job. I see you, Charlotte, Shauna, Leah, Tamara. Oh, cookery and laugh. Come on, Tamara. We could get in the kitchen, Tamara. All right. Monks, Texas. The Twitter has twins, serial entrepreneur. Yes, yes, yes. Good job, guys. Good job. At any time, we can do this in the classroom. At any time, we can do this. And if you can say 3 things about you, 3 things you don't like, 3 things you learned in class today. And I did that Friday. And I told them 5 things as we were departing and sanitation was done. Okay, guys, quiz time. And the quiz is very non-traditional. You guys, quiz time is during sanitation. It's non-traditional. And these were SD students, and it was a demo day. And I said, okay, 5 things you learned today. 5 things you learned today. And as they were working, they had to give me 5 things. And guys, it removed the pressure. Those that are tests scary sometimes, this relaxes them a little bit. And it gave me an assessment as an educator. It gave me an assessment of how well did they receive the information that I taught today. Every word out of my mouth, how well did they receive it? And so it was like fireside chat. So I needed 5 things. So as you were cleaning up, 5 things you learned today, run it up, run it up. She needs some help, y'all. And then the person on floors would assist, so that was cool. Can the student say, and I never like hearing a student say, I didn't learn nothing today. I mean, they walk out the door, they've been with you 6 to 8 hours, and you didn't learn nothing today. So at sanitation time, sometimes I do top 5, top 7, top 3, something of that nature, because I never want to hear that when they walk out, they didn't do anything today. I want to hear my assessment. Did I literally teach you something today? And they will recant what they learned. And so you guys can do that at any time, anytime, anytime. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Let's see what else we got going on. Our next slide. All right. So as we get into our structure, it's about break time, and I'm glad that we are on time. As we return, we're going to move into effective teaching strategies, teaching methodologies. Then there's one class I developed called Help. That's not my strength. That's for those individuals, those educators that are screaming in the inside, but I don't want nobody to know I need help. Baby, we are here to help you. Help, that's not my strength. If we are a team and someone on the team, if the coaches are lacking, it's our job to make sure you have everything you need to teach that class. All right. And so, yes, we have a physical ability. We signed up, we getting a paycheck. This is my class. My responsibility is to get them from this point prepared for the next. But if through all of the subjects, and I know I've not been the only one, but through all of the subjects, there has to be one that you will probably say is not my favorite. And I need help teaching it, or you are an amazing educator. And then you get to that one and you are really dry. Let's just be totally honest. So today, how do we take that dryness and turn it into one of the most amazing lessons you've ever taught? And at least if it's not amazing, the students need to have learned from it. They didn't miss anything. They didn't know that that wasn't your favorite subject because we don't tell them. Okay. And so, yes, effective teaching strategies help. That's not my strength. We're going to evaluate some of these subjects that we like to push over to the side, and effective teaching strategies: speak, teach, and learn. Oh my goodness, we have so much that we are going to prepare for. It is 9:02 Central Standard Time. And guess what, guys? We're going to go on break. Okay. We're going to go on break. We're going to go on break. We're going to the chat. Kimberly said that's awesome. 16. What do you have? Let me see. In high school. Yes. 16th year in high school. Go Kimberly, Nashville. Now, Kimberly, you probably see a lot. You see, we got the parents. You see the children. Let's talk about it when we get back. Y'all, I'm going to go. This is going to stay up. Okay. But I am going to go silent. So the audio is going to be off. And we'll be back at 15 minutes. That's going to be 9:18 Central Standard Time, 15 minutes from now. Have a nice break. All right, guys, we're back. Hold on one moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's the roll call. You know what we do. Let's go into the chat. Welcome back, your name and that license number. If you got barber and cosmetologist, make sure you're putting both. I'm actually going to take a picture of it. So let's go ahead, Lane, and I catch it up in one moment. You guys are doing amazing. Can I just say that? You're doing an amazing job. Let me go back to Tennessee 24. And all of the music that you're hearing in the background, we're about to make our own playlist. This music has genres from left to right. It's bouncy, but it is the personality of November 24th, and I absolutely love it. That's how I, remember those special individuals, and we're about to make memories. So as you come in, it's the roll call. Let's listen to some sounds. Go into the chat. I need your name and license numbers. Name and license numbers. It's the roll call. We are returning from our first break. Good job, guys. Good job. This is Grace Got You by Mercy Me. All right, all right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Expanding the chat. All right. We got a lot of cousins. So all my cousins that are coming in, it's the roll call, your name and your license number in the chat. Great conversation, guys, on our first before our first break.
Destiny, are you wearing Ruby Woo by Mac?
Retro dance with me.
Girl, that
Girl,
is so pretty.
thank you. Don't
Love
be,
that.
hold on. I got a lip cousin. Oh my goodness. Don't
Yes,
stop.
ma'am.
In the airport yesterday, I went by. I was like, it's like we don't have it. I was, keep it old school, keep it old school traditional. It's nothing really about me that really ever changes when it comes to girly stuff. White toes, bubble bath nails, and dance with me. Yes, Charlotte, name and license number in the chat. Make sure it goes to the group chat, okay? Good job, everybody. Good job, good job. Good job, good job. All right. I even got something for my individuals that may be Spanish speaking, habla español. And if you are in the next break, we could get some transcribing together as far as you be able to recant your notes as well in the language that's most comfortable to you. Our Carla, our Spanish liaison, will be available if anybody needs any translation, anything broken down. So that's, we just have to make sure everybody's good. Everybody is good. All right, let's prepare to move over. You guys have done an amazing job so far. Let's continue to move forward. I'm gonna cut it down, but this is Oceans by Hillsong. Again, from our November 24 crew. The live stream, we're live via YouTube. DCI Education Group. Shameless plug, go follow. But guys, at the end of this 16-hour training, you're going to get the presentation from Tennessee State Board of Cosmetology. You're also, whatever Sean leaves, it'll be accessible to you. But even not, you'll also get the links to the live stream. So even if you don't get an email, or if someone doesn't leave something, you can always and forever go back onto the YouTube, and that's where it's gonna live. Okay. And it's been amazing. It's been amazing. I want to share this. Don't be afraid of the platforms, but use the platforms to make what you do greater, to make what you do better. Don't let the platforms drown you. Okay. And so a lot of times with my students, and just speaking from owner, educator, I may jump back and forth, but for me, if I'm dealing with Gen Z, and we're going to talk about that and see what that looks like, I also have to make sure I'm relevant with what Gen Z is relevant, what they consider relevant. And a lot of times, one of the biggest things is technology. So I don't have to come all the way down, but I do have to re-strategize, because it's not 1995. It's not 2005. It's not 2015. It's 2025. Okay. So I got to make sure I have a solid foundation, and that foundation is solid, that if I have to adapt and move and twist, I'm able to without the foundation breaking up. Okay. And so that group just needs foundation, and then we can start building from there. And so with more than 80% of my class being at one point Gen Z, I had to move from a traditional teaching in a standard classroom. Pandemic hit, and evolve. And you know what I said? I will never, and I believe, and I say it with all my chest, never go back to an traditional classroom. That's just me, because I learn different. I like to explore and be in different spaces. And I just believe my learners do too. Okay. So we're just going to channel into that. And if you think so, you want to chime in on that, please feel free. But let's learn and be educated about the platforms and then use those platforms to our advantage. Okay. So we're gonna move. We talked about where our first half was going, into teaching methodologies, and keyword here, strategies. I'm here as an educator's educator. Okay. And I'm here to help develop teams and help move you to the next level. Okay. And so let's look at why I have the music. Okay. This is the BELC 2025 conference. But guess what, y'all? This is our conference playlist. Here's some Miss where do we get these songs from? Where do we get this fun time from? How can we create this memory? I'm sure you have a song in your spirit. I am sure that when this song comes on, it takes you to another place, okay? I'm sure that you have a song that when you hear this song, you move to the floor, okay? When you enter a room, there's a song that announces you. So we're getting ready to put in the chat what's that theme song that when you enter the room, when you go back to school, or when you enter the house, what song announces you? And hey, I'm here. I'm not playing. I'm excited. You have so many different genres. I think my theme song changes every class. Okay. You know, you can be on a song. This playlist is starting to remind me of the people I spent that weekend with. It's just amazing, the laughs. So I want to have something that reminds me of you. And while we do this, when you get back to your classroom, no matter what's going on, this is a big morale builder too. A big morale builder is to introduce rhythm and music. Okay. So even as a school team meeting amongst coaches, what's that song? And I'm gonna tell you what I do with my playlist that announces you in the room. That's your jam. Okay. So we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna see what the next slide has. Yeah. So let's go to the chat. And I'm gonna take I'm gonna go to the chat. What's that song? Oh, Mamma Mia soundtrack. Let me take note because I love a good song. Unwritten. What was that last name? Natasha? Was it Betting? Who wrote that one? Unwritten. Oh, Bettingfield. Okay. Motivation. Y'all, we happen to, okay, lose yourself. Okay, Eminem. Y'all, someone said they don't have a song. You're going to have a song by the time you leave. Yes, James, so many options. Give me one. Yes, yes. With confidence and not arrogance. I love it. I love it. Who says I don't have a song? Unmute. Unmute. Talk to me. Who says I don't have a song?
I just don't have a song.
I think I know who this is. Can we give you a song? What you like? Tell me what you like. What kind of music do you like?
more jazz than anything. But the kids, Mr. Eli, turn off your elevator music, and they can't stand it. So
No, it's your song. Elevator music, your song. And I bet you I have a playlist. I'm gonna give you a song. Can you allow me to give you a song?
of course,
Okay. I'm gonna give you a song. And you said jazz. You
jazz,
can't
funk,
be
soul, anything within that.
okay. You don't talk soul now. You do Gregory Porter?
I don't know who that is, but I'll
Okay.
look him up.
Okay.
Give me the name of
I like
the song, the
Gregory
title.
Porter, On My Way to Harlem. Now, this is the song I'm giving him. Oh, Frankie Beverly and Maze. Don't Stop Believing. I
Yeah.
love it.
Anthony Hamilton has a couple good songs too.
Ah, so we're getting you together. We're getting you together. Give me your
Or at
favorite
least trying.
Anthony Hamilton. Put your favorite Anthony Hamilton.
Come where I come from. It's a smooth
Where I-
song.
All right. That's gonna be first on our list. How come now you don't have a song? We got you a song already. Good job, guys. Good job. Made for More by Josh Baldwin. Awesome. Win by J Rock. Okay, Curl. I like Lizzo too. Erica Jameson. CC is not from here. Manifestation, Gary Jr. on our top 25 playlist. Let's put it on. All right. So, guys, look, I wanted everybody to be able to chime in because I want to know what makes you feel good. And going into the classrooms, going into a meeting, being that leader, you got to feel good. So sometimes you got to sit in the car and get yourself together. If you got to go in the break room, you got to have your morning huddle. You got to do what you got to do, but play your song, do your dance. Okay. Now, this is what I do with the playlist with my students, especially new class coming in, boom, boom, boom. Y'all, I take everybody's song, what's Apple, what's Pandora, find a way to put it on a playlist. But also the student that seems to be the busiest, or the student that may seem to be the leader in the classroom. The student that may seem to be, the student is not your quarterback. This student is not, sometimes this student could cause the most trouble. But finding that student that's busy, finding that student that talkative, I want to keep that student busy on good stuff, not the negative stuff. So I find, and I'm gleaming, I'm learning about my class, and I find that student. I also may give the playlist responsibility to the student who's the quietest. Just don't really do a lot of interaction, but this is a way for them to easily involve themselves in the classroom. Remember, it's ownership of everyone. This is everyone's class, not just my class, it's everyone's class. So by each student having a song, putting it on a playlist, and we're calling it Miss Kim's class spring 25, they'll never forget it. Okay. And you can make a list of those songs. You can put it on the school Facebook page. You could run it on the school monitor, whatever you want to do. Find other ways to other things to pull from this list. But this is our playlist. Now there's rules. There's no cursing, derogatory lyrics. It's feel good music. It's something that makes you feel good. As we're in our practical or as we're in our theory, it's slight in the background. You can hear a little rhythm. For my rhythm students, it really helps because they're paying attention to you, but there's no dead silence. Okay. I may cut it up a little bit when it comes to the practical, because at this point that we are at the practical, I have given the assignment. We're moving to execution. We're going around. But when the student hears their song, that is their 2 to 3 minutes to enjoy their song. So I like to incorporate a little dancing, just livens the mood a little bit. And the student gets at your song when it comes on, you can pause for that 2 minutes. You can do your dance. You can walk around, or you can just simply keep going and just enjoy your song. And every time everybody hears that song, they're going to say, that's Jane's song. They are going to remember what happened in school because we had some feel good components. It's not all up to the educator to make it keep going. We are not machines, but you got to be able to pull in some learning styles and pull in things that are going to attract them and keep them focused. And what's a little music? Okay, what's a little music? Building rhythm. We're probably playing music anyway, but playing something that everybody is going to participate in. Let's move to the chat. How are you going to use your playlist? I got it. Grateful. Hezekiah Walker. How are you going to use your playlist in the classroom? Can I get 2 people to unmute? How are you going to use your playlist in the classroom? Early morning startup. Yes. 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 Doing morning stretches, y'all. And it's a phenomenon with line dancing. Sometimes, like I walked in a school, I was doing some consulting. And remember, I told you I'm the meat and potatoes. So I'm there to help build curriculum and lesson plans. But I walked in, it was dead silence. The students were like zombies. If you don't put some boots on the ground on and y'all get in the middle and break this up, and it was so much laughter. Sometimes you got to move out of your own process, and then because what we're here for the students to learn. And so I need to get some joy. I needed to get some joy. And so we took a popular song, and sometimes I act like I don't know how to do it because I want them to teach me how to do it. And a lot of times that says, oh, she's kind of on, she's not that bad. Sometimes you just gotta set the mood. Yeah. Debbie, you set the mood first thing in the morning. Yes, Tamara, end of the day, sanitation. Yes. Kimberly says start a class. Y'all, I think when I was teaching, years and years ago, I used to do early morning, and we used to do the Soldier Boy line dance with the instrumental, and they would love to see me. And when I tell you, I can't remember it, I couldn't do it, but it was the last that kind of started our day. Oh, did y'all see Miss Cox? Even at lunch, did y'all see Miss Cox? Do it for me again, Miss Cox. And it was just something that it just chuckled them. So whatever happened at home, they're not sitting in the classroom worried about it. Now they have laughter and they're ready for the day. Okay? Yes, yes, yes. Wake them up, get them moving. Exactly, exactly. The 2 o'clock crash, exactly. Okay? Playlist. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna try something. Stop share. Y'all, we're gonna go somewhere. We're gonna go somewhere. I'm just gonna open this up and, and let's see how well we do. All right. Your name. Leanne says, when I start class, however, when I start to lose their attention, I break, tell everyone to stand up. Yes. Music and have them show us their favorite move. You got it. And they don't even know. I'm learning dance moves for later on. They don't even know. Okay. All right. I'm going to do 3 people from this previous list. I had already started putting names in. If you came in the last 2 days, your name is probably not on here. I added to it as we progress. But the 3 people that get chosen from the wheel, I want you to tell me your song and why that is your theme song. Let's go. Let's see who we have. Okay. Candace. Is Candace here? Is Candace on? Is Candace on? All right. We'll go to one more. Let me make note who's not responding. All right.
Good morning.
Align? Is it Align?
Allie.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I go by Allie, but that's my name, and I figured you need it for the license.
Okay, yes. So tell us what song you chose and why.
I didn't choose a song. I chose an artist. I love Brandon
Oh.
Lake. He's a Christian singer. Anything by him. Because sometimes to have a good attitude with these children, you got to just have some Jesus.
Yeah, you got to just have some Jesus. You know,
Yes,
I love
ma'am.
Brandon Lake.
I do
Have you
too.
noticed his transformation? He's kind of migrating. He's moved from Maverick City to now having his own, headlighting his own concerts.
I can't wait. I'm seeing him in November.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. I love me some Brandon Lake. Ooh, hold on. What's your favorite song? Do you have a favorite song by Brandon? Because I have a favorite song.
Right now, it's Hard Fought Hallelujah.
Okay. Let me pull up my favorite Brandon because you know I got him on playlist, right?
Of course.
Let me pull up when he uh what is the song about showing him how to pray when he was younger? Um Y'all, I got a song. Got a song for everybody. Let me go to Brandon Lake. Not Brandon, Brandon. So yours is Heartfelt Hallelujah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Graves into Gardens. I feel like that's a come alive song. And that's one of the ones I could just off the top of my head, Graves into Gardens. And I'm just play a little bit. So y'all put that on your notes. And thank you, Allie.
Thank you.
All right, one more. Okay. Daniel, your song and why?
I'm not really sure right now. Give me more about Britney Spears.
Ah, give me more. Okay. You like Britney? Britney fan?
Yes, I am.
Amazing, amazing. Good job. All right, y'all. So we just introduced playlists and we kind of introduced the wheel. And so just start from calling on everybody or just feeling like, oh, she's just always calling my name. Guess what? Now we don't have to do that. Okay, you just go to wheelofnames.com and put your student names in there. All right, and sometimes you can go in there and put your questions in there. It's a cool little, and remember, we're using technology. Get them out of the book, and it could be a great icebreaker as well. Moving to the chat. Yes. Oh, talking to Jesus. Yes. That's it about the dad teaching him how to pray. And then he was teaching his son how to pray, talking to Jesus. That's right. Yes. Love it, love it. Uh, love it. Awesome. Y'all are amazing. Let's prepare to share and jump back in. Y'all know this is a one-woman show, but I feel like we got it going on. We got it going on.
Excuse me, Miss Destiny. Can you please
Yes.
repeat where we can get the game from again?
Yes. Hold on one moment. Wheel of Names.
Thank you.
Wheelofnames.com. Yeah. And it's just active. You can choose different styles. You put whatever you want to put in there. And sometimes I just let them click. And you know what it works. Can I tell you what it works good with? They get lost when it's time for them to study that state law and rule booklet. So pulling those out, that's what I'm in the process of doing now, is pulling out and creating. Yes, there's tests, but taking it from the test into the wheel. All right, especially for my visual people that I know are not going to look at that study guide on Friday. Okay, sometimes I will go live in our private school Facebook group, and that's the plan. Is just to go live, and sometimes on the weekend they can just go back. What I'm doing, I'm just building a library. Just building a library. I can go live on Zoom, record it, save it, and then just dump it into the files, into the Facebook group. And you have to be a current student. And then there's another group for alumni. So you got to be a current student, and 24/7, the student has access to those resources. Because guess what I don't like to hear? Can anyone put in the chat what I don't like to hear a student say? Can anyone put into the chat? What did I told you I don't like hearing a student say? Yes, I didn't learn anything. That's like, oh, a gut punch. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? You know? So I have to go back and reassess. And so 24/7, I guess it's new age teaching. I want that student to have resources 24/7. Even if you're not here with me, I'm going to use technology so you have the option to go and research and review and study, even when you're not with me all weekend. Thanks, Miss Madison. I appreciate you. Yes, yes. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's move on. You guys are doing amazing in the chat. All right. It says, well coached teams are never surprised. They can adapt to anything they see. Well coached teams, you're never surprised. Sometimes you're going to be like, I've seen that before. New educators can be like, oh my God, I never, seasoned ones are like, we've seen that before. This is how this works. Okay. We've seen that before, or this is where you prepare. If everything is going so amazing, I need you not to get caught up in the clouds, but I need you to prepare for the things. What do we do, or what does policy say if this happens? Okay. Not to say it's going to, but put it over to the side. So be prepared. All right. One of the things you're looking at, well coached teams, and I call our educators coaches. Okay. Well coached teams are never surprised. Call ins, call out, emergencies, things of that nature. Always having something in place and discussing that plan. Okay. Because at the end of the day, we never want the learner to say there was something missing between this teacher and this class, or between the hours of such and such, and hey, class was supposed to start at 8, but it really didn't get started at 10. Hey, we got to have something in place. And so let's think about that, especially if you're team members. If you work with someone who's also on here as a team, let's tighten up our ship. As a team, if anything was to happen, where would you want me to pick up at? Okay. What is that go to still get the class started until we get everything together in a row? And like I told you, I'm a educators, and a girly girl. I ain't gonna leave the guys out, but I'm a girly girl. So I'm into covering your back. I want you to know I got you. All right. So it's not, remember, we all have ownership of this, and it's not just one person. And it doesn't, one person is not going to look bad. They're not going to say this person, they're going to say the team. So we got to make sure we're all good. This is what I want you to chime in on. It says the best teams have chemistry. They communicate with each other and they sacrifice personal glory for a common goal. Y'all, I need you to show up and I don't give up. Let's move to the chat, all right? Because we got a lot of chat going. The best teams have chemistry. Can you give accolade to maybe one person or that you have worked with that you said, hey, help you along the way and you guys got the job done? It doesn't matter if it was your first job in high school, your first school you ever taught to, or here currently. Do you have someone that said, hey, let's get together and get the job done? Put it in the chat. Let's give homage to that. Let's put it in the chat. All right. Go into the chat. Go into the chat. Yes. Make sure the whole team. IT technology teacher. Yes. I mean, them IT teachers just come on. Good job, guys. Good job. Keisha. Yes. Miss Hurdle is one of those amazing ones. Yes. Melanie Moore is amazing. Yes. Yes. Miss White, Tennessee Academy of Cosmetology. Yes. We've all had someone just sacrifice, not I, you don't have to give me an accolade. You don't have to be that they don't want to be in front, but they want to help. They want to move you to the next one. We got the job done, okay? So the best teams have chemistry. So even if you're starting your team, remember, as the coach of your classroom, the leader of your classroom, your team are your learners. Okay? You have to build a chemistry with the learners. Yes, the one, I love him. All right. Yes, that spousal support is amazing, Yolanda. You have to build the team. You have to have chemistry, guys. And you know when something doesn't fit, but because this is also a job that takes care of bigger meaning, okay? Household, living expenses, things of that nature. And then there's a passion. Bring that into the classroom. My students could be all new, but I need to find out little bitty things about them in order for me to learn how this is going to go. So all that I'm doing, guys, is building chemistry. I'm building chemistry. As I build chemistry, I'm building trust. Okay? Trust. Trust is going to be very important in the classroom. All right? Not loyalty. I'm not looking to them to favor me over another teacher. I want them to trust me. All right? Trust me with this next leg of education, with this journey. Trust me. And that is what I'm teaching you is what you need to know. And I go all the way out to get what you need to bring it back. I'm building trust. So I'm building that chemistry. All right? And we need to communicate. And it's not about one person being amazing, but it's the whole team. And we're getting the job done. All right. So good job. Good job. You guys showed out in the chat. Give yourself a pat on the back. And so now we're going to move into what we call those strategies. Okay. And we won't be on this particular slide long, but we are going to move into clicking. It says strategy generally involves setting goals and priorities, determining actions to achieve the goals, and mobilizing resources to execute the actions. A strategy describes how the ends, which are your goals, will be achieved by the means, your resources. So you may say, a lot of people do not go into their classrooms with strategy. All right. You're not looking towards the end. You're just day to day. Let's see what we can do. We do have plans. Okay. And so in those plans / lesson plans, we also need to have a strategy. For this group, what is the goal? Okay. I know the goal for my group is I want them to, so hair color is a forte of mine, skincare is a forte of mine. We're on treatment room now. The strategy for this week is going to be for all of my students to execute a time treatment room preparation, pre-service and post-service cleanup. Okay, that's the common goal. The strategy, how do I get there? Okay, I have to talk about setup, products, the senses. I like to use the senses. When someone walks in, what do they see? What do they touch? What do they smell? Okay, and so we'll talk about that, and that helps develop them on setting up that treatment room. Think about you're the client and the experience you will want to achieve. You'll want to feel when they come in. And then what are my resources? I have video. I have I'm teaching, but I have video. Do I have something pictorial? Okay. I also have rhythm. This is where I get to introduce them to music without words, instrumentals. I'm going to go into my Anthony Hamiltons. I'm going to go into my jazz. I'm going to go into spa. Okay, just different kind of sounds. I'm going to introduce the students to that. And it's always good. And most of the time, they've never sat and listened to jazz. So a lot of times I do get to introduce jazz and other genres of music in building of the treatment room, just something to kind of calm them down. And I also may say, put on what you think versus this. How do you feel? How do you think the client feels? So we have those particular things going on. The strategy is every student needs to pass an assessment of treatment room at the end of the day. That is going to be the goal. And the resources is use what I got to make it happen. And if I don't have those resources, guess what? I'm going to go out and find those resources. So here's the reality. Based on what I have to work with, how can I achieve my goal? So some educators may look at, you may be at a smaller school, or you may not even be at the school now, but you cannot look and see what someone else has and what they're doing. What do I have to be successful in my own classroom to complete my own goal? Okay, so that is going to be our number one thing. And I don't want you to walk away from this conference empty-handed. So the strategy is a big thing I wanted to relay, big thing I want you to think about, because there's a lot of educators out there, but there's only one you. Okay, there's a lot of ball players out there. I can only put 5 on the court. Will it be you? We've learned over the weekend that there's a lot of football players out there, a lot of great prospects. But the teams they're strategic about who they chose, when they chose, and things of that nature. So you got to have a strategy. You can come in and have a lesson plan all you want, but you got to set a goal. You got to set a precedence for that classroom. And I tell my students, overall, especially as a school owner, the goal is to get you to the other side. And I always say to the other side of licensure, which means I know you bullying. The goal is to get you to the other side of licensure and to give you longevity. And longevity is going to be me teaching you something more than just passing a test, but something that's going to stick in the industry. Okay. If you allow it, if you allow it. So, everybody, let's build strategies and really think, how do we get over to the other side of licensure for our class, our students, our team, what that is? Here we go. We're going to be very interactive.
Oh, excuse me. Can
Becky,
I ask a quick question, please?
go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's not directed to you, but it's to
Who you are?
Misty. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Cherie Santos Pieve.
Yes.
Okay, yes, and it was to Misty because you can't do. I guess you can't do a direct message, but I was really excited because there's not very many people with the name Latoya Tate, and I would just like to know if she was from Paul Mitchell, because if she was, that is my best friend. So, whoop whoop! I really hope so.
Woo, 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 woo.
Yes, and she is my best friend too.
What
Uh-oh.
you said? Okay, well, I'm not going to tell you my age, but yeah,
Y'all, I
like,
told you this is a reunion.
yes, this is so awesome. I'm going to have to call, say, girl, what's up?
Who's in the same class?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
no, no,
kudos.
she was my neighbor actually, and our children went to the same, well, I met her when my youngest daughter was in middle school.
Mm.
So, yeah. So just to give you context, her daughter is now married for several years. She went through cosmetology, got her license, and she's been doing quite well. Yes. But at any rate, I digress. But thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Remember, this is a safe
Yes,
space.
Blake.
I
That's
love
right, Misty. You get yes. Yeah.
this is amazing. If you're
Yes.
just coming on, put your name and your license number in the chat. It's the roll call. And if you're just coming on, welcome to the BELC 2025, our spring edition. We've had a lot since we've met this morning. And we're moving on down the chain. We're gonna prepare for another break shortly, but let's look at a few things. All right, as far as our classrooms, let's establish the game plan in our classrooms. Okay, a game plan is a strategy worked out in advance. I'm don't shoot the messenger. But I think I already said, and I'm gonna stand on it. I'm gonna stand on it. This is not a retirement plan. The teaching is not for the ill at heart. This is not, I'm gonna wing it. I'm just gonna go in there after 20 years. It's not gonna work. Okay. The students of 76 are not the students of 25. Okay. So it's not going to work. It's going to take passion. It's going to take more than passion. It's going to take strategy. Okay. And a deeper love for what you want to do and people. Now, if you don't like people, what are we doing? And so I have developed a love for people. Yes, yes, yes. A love for people. Okay. And no, it's okay. And yes, it's okay. I think that just comes with maturity. But having a game plan, a strategy worked out in advance, what happened, what if, what's the goal, and if anyone was to come in, a guest speaker, and say, what's the goal for this? At the end, you need to have a goal, and everybody needs to be on board with the same goal. Even though you may have hiccups, we're on board with the same goal. We don't divert from the game plan. Okay? We may add to it, but we need to have a strategy to the end. And we need to have it in advance. Okay. We just don't wake up and say, oh, I'm just gonna turn to page 4 and we're just gonna And if students are yearning knowledge and you're moving towards what excites them the most, they're gonna notice that they're missing something. All right. So we're also going to encourage collaboration and teamwork. We're going to huddle up. We're going to teamwork. What are the strengths of the team? What do you teach well? All right. Let me get Leanne. Let me also get look at my list. LaShawn and Monica.
Oh boy.
Sean and Monica. Okay? You guys are on a team and it's time for you to huddle up. What are the strengths of the team? What do you do well and what do you teach well? You can give me one or two things each.
I like hands-on.
All right. There we go. We always need an amazing hands-on practical floor educator. Next.
I'm big on the what I believe is the foundation, and that's infection control.
Yes. We got sanitation captains around here. Okay. Next.
She got infection control, but so do I. But I also love skin analysis because I'm in the aesthetics department now.
I love it. Okay. So as we collaborate, the educator that's in aesthetics can glean and bring in the sanitation. Even though you talked about sanitation, you know how important it is, but you also can bring in some reinforcement. And then we have the clinic floor educator that has those strengths. Got it? And with
Yep.
those strengths, she can come in and continue to build and talk about you, even though you have this, now let's work on your time. Now let's work on A, B, C, and D. Y'all, we gotta encourage collaboration. I've been on a team, and then there's crickets. I've been on a team that there was no collaboration, but we get more with honeys. And if we can work together, we're going to be a stellar team. The common goal, yes, we want this student across the stage, complete that number of clock hours, cross the stage. That's something they've never done before. And or it is something that they've wanted to do, especially for those, this is second career, third career. I stopped multiple times. Got it? So we got to look as a common front. Let's huddle up and find out what those strengths are. And we did that for a purpose. So now let's develop safe spaces to innovate. A lot of people try to curb creativity. And some students would say, I'm just not creative. Find a space in your classrooms. And I know it may feel very elementary and daycare-ish to have a color wall or to do this or have crayons, and sometimes adults need a quiet time, okay? But have a space to innovate. Students a lot of times do not know what questions to ask because this is new to them. As an educator, you go out, you see, you bring back, and you help develop that creative notion, that innovative notion in them, okay? So let's look at this. Develop safe spaces. I wanted to define what a safe space was. It's a place or environment in which a person or category of people can feel confident. Think about it. Is your classroom a safe space? Is this a place where all of my learners can feel confident? Do you guys think that this space right now, this moment in time, do you feel like you're in a safe space? Be honest. Do you feel confident? And if I ever have a student that doesn't feel confident, my job is to make sure that whatever that barrier was is eliminated. Okay? Confident that they would not be exposed to discrimination, criticism, harassment, or other emotional or physical harm. So making fun of students goes out the window. I don't care if you naturally have a playful spirit. Everybody don't play like that. Making assumptions because of what someone weighs or how they look, that they can't do anything, or because they're in a wheelchair, they can't do this. or discriminating with sex and age because they're of a certain age, they can't do this, or because they're male versus female, that they shouldn't do this. Okay. So you got to make sure your classrooms are a safe space, and safe spaces are become great innovative spaces for students to learn. But they also, when they're learning and then they're just shooting out ideas, there's a confidence there, there's creativity there. And they know that not only is it a safe space to learn, but that's a safe space if I need to go talk to someone and not be judged. And really, if I need to tell someone something's going on at home that shouldn't be going on, maybe I can talk to this person and this person can point me in the right direction. So right now, I want every space I walk into to be safe. I don't know about you. You know, when you ever walked into a space and you didn't feel safe? I don't want that for my students. So it feels like what I've experienced or have heard about, I never want that for the space that I dwell in. Okay. I want it to be a safe space for all students. This is why. I may have an educator on here. I don't know if she's on here, but we had a scenario and I'm very transparent about it. We, in one class of cosmetology, was all Spanish. Um, when those young ladies came, when I talked to them initially on the phone, they started speaking Spanish and said they needed a translator. Okay. I'm always going to give a shout out to Carla. She's our Spanish liaison. I called Carla, and Carla is that person that walks with our Spanish speaking students to graduation. Okay. And so Carla helped them come in, helped them feel comfortable, helped me understand how they were feeling and what their needs were. And we had to evaluate if we could do that. We found a lot of technology, but I noticed that one educator gave more time and was having more of a community and labs with English speaking students. What do you think? How do you think I felt when I saw that the Spanish students sitting over in the corner just communing by themselves, and then the English speaking students having great relationship with their educator? What was going on there? Somebody wants to unmute. What was going on there? Can anybody see what was going on?
This is Luz. Isolation, low self-esteem, feeling outed, discrimination.
Exactly.
It was awful because I've been that student. When I first started school, I didn't speak English because I was taught Spanish at home. And my teachers did that to me.
Yeah, and I didn't like that.
It's awful.
Yeah, I didn't like that, and I didn't want that on my name. And I've been the other person on the side that have been discriminated against. I didn't want that. And guess what? I told them when they came, we were going to make every provision for them. And so the young lady goes, well, the educator goes, well, I don't know Spanish or Carla's there, but I didn't want my Spanish speaking over here and my English speaking here. They all should come together. So I had to bring Carla to the front of the room. And so to bring the eyes together. And Carla was not a teacher. She's there to help with communication. So she's not set as a teacher. We had to put that in place. But also the educator, by any means necessary, you need to learn communication words for all of your students. And by any means necessary, it was going to be jobs on the line.
Oh, can I interject, please?
Yes.
Because actually I was overseas. I lived in Japan and I taught over in Japan, and I didn't speak Japanese at the time when I had to go through their curriculum. There is a translator app And if your Spanish students install that translator app, it translates it very, very well. I tested it for Spanish, and then after I had learned Japanese, I wanted to ensure that it was still translating properly, and it does. So if ever it's that situation again, you can go and download it. And there's a couple of them, but I use the iTranslate, and that is the best one that I have found.
Okay, I'm putting that in the chat now. I translate.
Correct. Yeah, it's from in the App Store.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that there are technological ways to where if you have other languages that are in your class, that it doesn't stifle their learning because of modern technology. They can read it. And you can also put one earbud in and you can hear it. So if they're that type of learner, they can see it and they can hear it with the earbud in their ear.
Exactly. And thank you for chiming in and giving us that. Thank you for sharing. Remember, sharing is caring. We appreciate you. And it's all about innovating in our classrooms and being there for every student that's in the classroom and not being blind to the growth of what's around you. But beauty comes in many shades and many languages. All right. And so, yeah. So we got Duolingo, and we already had Zoom where it transcribed, and they had Carla did a translation of questions if they had questions on Zoom as well. And so, yes, did we have to create a space? We didn't know we needed us. Had to create a payroll for somebody. It definitely created a job for someone. But Carla was one of our quarterbacks in school. She came to our school. She was one of our quarterbacks. And do I have any football people on? Can someone tell me how important a quarterback is? It's just real quick, real quick. Do I have a guy or girl who
don't have a quarterback? You can't. No way of winning the game.
There you go. Carla was a big quarterback for us. And even after she finished and licensure, she had a baby and needed some time. And she came and asked, was there a job available? And guess what? We found one. And so Carla has become a part of our story. I wonder how many other Carlas do you guys have that saves the day? Quarterbacks that gets the game done, that wins the game. Okay. And the story of that at the end of the day, the grandmother at graduation talked about how she was discriminated against. And when she got to our school, we made provision, and how she appreciates that. And she's always, it's that word of mouth marketing. She's 80 something, but she's still telling everybody to come over here. And that's something, it just puts tears to your eyes. You can't pay for that. But it's how you treat them and how you treat people, period. And so the educator, may have been a little antsy, but she learned those speaking words, she learned those conversation words, and everybody became one. And so it also makes, as the team leader and as coaches, when you're hiring somebody or bringing someone on the team, as that bilingual aspect, okay, especially with growing numbers of majority and popularity. So you want to move and you want to grow, you got to make sure your classrooms are adaptable and they're innovative, and you're not just standing still while the world goes around you. And so that's something I'm always going to say. And that's part of safe spaces. All right. It's being innovative, not just for those that look like you or sound like you, but for everyone, for everyone. As I close, do anyone have any comments about safe spaces?
Yes, this is Luz again. Thank you. I have taught with both books, the Spanish and English book, simultaneously on my desk, because it is important to be able for me to pronounce correctly these words, understand what is being asked of me as far as the book goes. So Milady has Spanish instructor books, and they're available.
Awesome. And what we found with our cosmetologies, the SEMA, you familiar with SEMA with the Milady as well? You can get a whole SEMA course in Spanish as well.
Yes.
And so there are resources available for anyone who's looking. And one of my favorite barber schools here locally has over 80% Hispanic male barber students. And he has really cultivated a space and just being proactive and moving forward. And so they even have a bilingual educator now. So super, super excited. I may post him later if anyone's looking to learn more. But definitely, if you take anything away, prepare for something different. And even if the challenge is, hey, I'm 40, I'm 50, I'm 60, and I got to learn a new language, learn conversational. Learn some conversation, okay? And those the things that are around you. Opportunities are limitless without end. Okay, so limitless defined as without end, limit, or boundary. And this is what I wanted to share. And 1 and 2, these two go together. It says the sky is not the limit. I hear that all the time. But have you ever been in the sky? You saw clouds. You ever been in the sky? They just sent a whole crew of women to space. All right. So what we know of at the sky, there's something else past that. So I don't want to put limitations on any individuals or any students. So I am a pusher. Okay. And I've heard, I have heard that I may sell dreams to a student. I don't think I have sold a dream to a student. I think I've opened their eyes to their dream. And that's a big, big difference. And I think the school was in a community where it was in the impoverished line. But I feel like for a person who probably is, the circumstance is, maybe in poverty level, but they're still trying to come to school to make it. They need to see something other than what they see every day. And so I like to go out and bring back, or even share with them the things. If you learn this could take you a long way. Okay. So a lot of the foundation, I love foundation. That's my opportunity to build in them, to instill in them to go further. So I am a person that is limitless. When a student tells me some of the things they want to do, I want to push them to that mark. All right. So as educators, we cannot have a limited boundary. And I'm going to give you an instance in one moment. And it says learners need a push. They need a pass. They need comfort. They need to push past comfort. All right. I'm going to say that again. Learners need a push past comfort and average. We are not in a career where we can just play around. The cost of living is increasing. Things are evolving sooner than later. Okay. And so learners need a push past comfort and average. So I want my students to go out there and do more than what I've done. All right. I want them to go out there and do more. So I put go, don't stop, keep going. That's like my little thing. Go, don't stop, keep going. Had an educator on the team, temporary. She was an instructor trainee, but she was helping and assisting, and had to let her go. And you were like, Miss Kosh, you let a lot of people go. I definitely had to let her go. I didn't feel like we were going to be the perfect match after she got her training, because she stated, drum roll please, I don't want to teach them. They may go further than what I'm doing. I can't teach them what I'm doing right now. And that floored me because our job is to teach, not to worry about them going further than where we are. They're supposed to go further than your teacher. But I felt like in later it would become a challenge in the classroom that educator will hold on and not give them what they needed. And so I just felt like, that person we could not hire. We couldn't move forward. Even though they were a very nice person, for the common goal of the school, and what I stood for, it just was not a match for my school or my coaching team. I don't know for anybody else, but we have to not hold students even at our limit. We have to push them even further. Okay. So you guys can go, we can start moving into the chat. The sky is not the limit, but we need our learners, they need a push. They need to push past comfort and average. And sometimes we know they'll stay there. And there's so many more things that they could do. And we know that they'll stay there. It is approximately, well, we're going to go 15. Let's go 15. And then we'll move. We've already passed like one time, but we'll move on. So here, let's see what we got in the chat. Yes. Ms. Hill, it's not selling them a dream, but giving a chance to have a dream. Exactly. And it helped me understand who I was working with as well, because it was almost sad that you would want students to be, you wouldn't want students to go further than you because maybe you've never, and you don't want to touch anything on that, but you've never maxed out or tried or gone for your dreams. And so I'm a big motivator and I want you to go and I want you to move. I want students to do way more. And I actually told the student, you're not doing enough. I can never retire because you're not doing enough. And I told them their hustle there is not strong. You don't want this. So I can never retire. And I said, when you're done, I'm going to come work in your shop and I'm going to work side by side and I'm going to eat you up every day. That is just something I would say, and we'll go back and forth and have laughs about it, but I'm serious because I want to push you and I want you to know that you could do more. You're going to let this old lady come in and work next to you and do better than you. And so I'm just totally on the push, totally on the push. I want to see them do more. Okay.
Oh,
Yes, it's amazing to see students excel. Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, whenever someone comes to me and with that type of analogy, what I say, well, if you want to go into your classroom and be a facilitator, then you're going to teach directly from a book. However, you were hired to be a teacher, and a teacher motivates, inspires so your students can achieve. So you can choose which area you want to place yourself. And I just leave it there.
That's it. That's it. It's gonna take more. And y'all, it takes personality. It's gonna take more because when I tell you, we're gonna get into a few things, but when they've had technology since a baby, they've already they have the information in front of them. Okay, you're gonna have to give them more. They may have the goal to want to do that, they just don't know the how. You are the connection, you're the how. Okay, you're the how. Give them what they need and a little and more. Okay, so I always say over deliver, over deliver. Cynthia says, I love seeing my students passing me. They can sometimes teach me new things. I'm always a student. Yes, they teach me new stuff all the time, all the time. And I have to correct a lot of stuff that they see on social media as well. We were having a conversation about the steamer in the treatment room, and I was telling them, I was like, hey, the steamer should be on time, should be on timer. You don't need the steamer for the duration of the whole facial, so on and so on. And it's like, oh yeah, we see it. And I said, do you know what it does? And so a lot of times they know these items and they've seen them, but they don't know about them. That's the opportunity that teacher steps in. Okay. And really, I need you to, we call them skin geeks at DCI, skin geeks. Okay. And so I get to debunk stuff that they've seen on social media and YouTube. I get to debunk it. All right. And so this is an opportunity where I come in and they start to develop trust because she's giving us to us the right way. And then I also can introduce them to advance as well, but you had to get the foundation. So we do a lot of debunking. I don't care about any YouTube, but I tell them, go for what you know, but go for the followers that's really going to give you the information. And that's just a side gig. It's the YouTube, the side gig. Remember, you're paying for this. This should be your foundation. Then you can add on to it. All right. So we talk a lot about technology. All right. We got maybe 10 minutes before our break. Let's go into our fire and ice breakers. Yes, I said fire breakers. So fire and ice breakers. Getting to know our audience. Oh, I got a chat. Somebody's talky, and I love it. Hill says those students that you push are the ones that will always come back and share with the other students about how great you are and how much you have taught them. Exactly. And guess what? You don't have to say a thing because they're going to come back and co-sign, and you're going to find those students that, she really is a good teacher. Yeah, it's so hard to break them away from YouTube. It is, but I don't want to break them away. Something that they've had shoved in their face since they were a kiddie. My job is not to break them away. It's to add to it. Okay. Leanne says sometimes they have not been taught worthiness. Yes. So when they come into the classroom, the confidence isn't there. That's it. That's why we're more than just a cosmetology or a barber teacher. All right. Let me go back here. Let me enlarge so I can see the whole thing. We're more than that. We're more than that. Okay, as teachers, we are leaders. I believe it's my job to build their confidence and their worthiness. Seeing that feeling of confidence is pushing through for them is an awesome feeling to see. It is. Sometimes I share some of my dumb things. Okay, we're cousins. I have to be transparent. If I want them to be transparent, I'm transparent as well. I tell them they are not alone and we are here to help. Exactly. Okay. And Debbie says there's some awesome SDs and dermatologists on social media. We can point them to those for getting legitimate info. And Debbie, let me share something that I do is for homework. I do this for homework. I want you to bring in your top 5 SDs from top 5 from IG. Okay. And whether that's makeup, whether that's no matter what it is, that's homework. Guess what they have when they come in the next morning? Everybody got their top 5. And I may take 15 minutes to follow. Let's do a follow chain, a follow game. And so we'll follow, and I ask, what do you like about your top 5? Pick one. And I go to each student. Y'all, that was my icebreaker for the morning. All right, now let's go ahead and let's get into blank, blank, blank. Okay. But it gave them, I've connected that social media platform, the phone, the technology, and gave them something educational to do with it. Okay. So they're going to be on it anyway. You might want to give them something and make them work. All right. So this is for fireside and icebreakers. These are some things that we can ask our students to get our morning started, even with our day. What was your favorite year? Think back. What was your favorite year? Okay. And I will have them say, okay, 2005, November 2005. And someone's like, what? Mr. Thomas has said summer 1999. And since you said that, unmute, give me that memory of summer 1999.
Good morning, Destiny. How are you?
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Well, that was the year, to just throw my age out there. I graduated high school. I started college. I trained to play football for college, and also met um, three guys who end up, I call them my brothers now. We're friends to this day. And one of them, I actually introduced him to who would later become his wife that he's still married to. And one of them also introduced me to the person that's my wife now.
Oh,
So
wow.
all of that happened over from July until about October, November of 1999.
Oh, wow. It's
Yeah.
amazing. You had an amazing 99.
Oh, yeah. That was definitely a good time. Good.
Okay. All right, all right. Bowers. Christian Bowers said 2019. Tell me about 2019. And thank you for sharing, James.
Of course.
Hello.
Hey.
2019 was the year I got married. I had my son, and it was the last year that I really got to be with my dad. And, we had a lot of family time. I was starting to transition into the teaching world just a little bit. Um, it was a big year for a lot of different things, and I just think back to it a lot.
Oh, wow. That was a meaningful year.
Yes.
That was a meaningful year. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Rise, Erica. Did I see two, Erica? But I saw 99. I think
Yeah.
1999. Tell me, Erica, why you chose that year.
I chose that year because that was the year that I graduated as well. And it was like, come on now, you got to make big girl decisions. You didn't
Yeah.
have that growing up. What road you want to go down? Where do you want to be in life in the next 10 years and so on. So I take that very serious because it was like the release of the dragon. Like that's what
Mm.
empowered me to be who I am right now.
If that year had a theme, you said the release of the dragon. I love it.
Yes, ma'am.
Love it.
Nothing but fire, baby. We blazing up.
I love it. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, ma'am. And guess what? You also inspired me as well because you was my instructor. Yeah.
Right. I will forget a tall hat for Tennessee.
I know, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm a share as well. But I saw Jarvis. So Jarvis, can you unmute? Thank you for sharing, Erica. Jarvis, tell me about your year.
That was actually the year I opened up my barbershop. And
Success.
I clearly didn't know how to run a barbershop. I knew how to cut hair, but the struggles of being a business owner, I've learned through a lot of people, and I'm just excited to be a part of this and what's going on. But the blessing in it all is that I'm a third generation barber as well.
Man, there's so much in that. Where's the book coming out? It is so much in that.
Yes, a
I
blessing.
love it.
Truly.
I love it. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Let me get Allie and Roxanne, and we're gonna close out. You guys are really turning up in the chat, and so I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. But Allie and Roxanne, I had you written down. I want to get you to before I go, and then we're gonna move on to the next one. So, Allie.
I did 2024. That's the year that I met and married my husband.
Ooh, you got your boo on out the way, off the market. Okay.
We met in January. We got engaged in April and married in May.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking. Let's touch and agree. in the chat. Okay. I love it. Roxanne, Roxanne. Tell
Yes,
me why 19 is your year.
can you hear me?
Yes.
It's when I married the love of my life.
I'm loving this. Do we need a marriage with BLEC? A marriage retreat? Okay, awesome. Isn't that amazing? It is absolutely amazing. Okay. Okay, text me. You know, I will call a name. Let me see who that is. That says, okay, that person that just said, I can't. Oh, Monica, I got you, Monica. Great, great, great. Of course I understand. Um, so mine is not necessarily a year, it's an age. Am I the only one to do that? It's an age because y'all, I missed a year. And I said, I can't miss no more years between 41 and 42. I missed a year and I'm catching up. But it was 19. 19 was a big year for me because as I had already graduated high school, I already had some beauty education through like a technical school while I was in high school, same time. But I graduated 98 and that was like 18, but 19, that would make it 99, right? So at 19, I was in the salon and I was licensed by then. And I was sitting, I was doing someone's hair, and they told me they were in beauty school, one of my clients, and she told me who her teacher was, right? And I said, that's your teacher. She copied off my paper in high school. And in my head, it meant challenge. Okay. So in my head, I was like, I've always wanted to do that. And I've never been a person to back down from what I want to do. I'm going, even though someone said, oh, she does this really well, I have 10 more things, babe, that I want to do. Okay. And I'm going to do them as long as I got breath in my body. So I wanted to teach. And I went down there on a dare, walked into New Wave, and Miss Simeon was the director. And when I tell you, it seems like everybody that worked there was a former teacher of mine, even at 19, that I knew them some kind of way through education. And when I tell you, I haven't turned back since. And I don't know how many years it's been, but I'll be 46 this year. I'll be 46 this year. And that was at 19. And I'm always thankful for that woman because she saw me as a student and then she saw me as an educator and gave me my first opportunity at 19 years old. That is some amazing stuff. The license at 18 and 19, you get an opportunity to teach. But I only went down there on a dare and I got set up. I think I was like, gotcha, this is where you needed to be. And throughout the years, I've cultivated my own maturity and education. And it's something I absolutely love, and I haven't been anywhere since. So it's a lot. So can you imagine still living at home with your mom and having curfew and going to teach every day and having students from 18 to 65 in your classroom? Totally odd. But it happened. It happened. And eventually I said, Mom, I gotta move because this just don't feel right. Okay. So that's just 19 to 21 was an amazing, amazing time for me. I stepped over into something and it was the best really push of my life. Okay. And so I'm still here. No breaks, no nothing. I'm still here. So I love it. That was my favorite era so far. Okay, as far as in the beginnings, one of my favorite eras. Fireside chat, quick 15-minute teaching. What could you teach? No book is in your bones. Let's go to the chat. No book is in your bones. And I saw some I got to do some updates in the chat. Good, good, good. Let me come into everybody. Yes. Yes, I was bold. Yes. So Roxanne says skincare. It's in your bones. Debbie says the massage chapter. It's in your bones. Christian hair cutting. Ali PSI curl color. Yes. Someone else says color. Cynthia nails and skin. It's in your bones. Hair color. Yes. Leah. Yes. Hair cutting, hair color. Y'all, it's in the bones. It's in the bones. All right. You got to know what you're good at. And sometimes you got to revert to it. Okay. It's in your bones. All right. And sometimes you just have to really, you are that person, you know? Never second guess yourself. You are that person, hair cutting and bridal style. Great, great. So the reason I asked that, because even though you have subjects you have to teach, sometimes students need, a mental break from anatomy and physiology. Go into your bones and go into your little storage chest, pull out something that you can give a quick teaching that brings interest. It reunites, it excites them, and then you go back to what you're supposed to be teaching about. Okay. Leave time and space in the lesson for you to just, hey, sit back on the side. And sometimes I will lead that for a prize. It's a pleasure. Come on, guys, let's get this done. Because when we finish this, then we can move on to this. And a lot of times, things that they really want to learn that may be in my toolbox, I'll hold on to it. And if we get this, I'm going to give you guys a 15 minutes. We're going to do a demo of this, or let's come together. We'll do a huddle and I'll show you this on the nail. And it's something that's relevant that they really want to know, but I hold on to it and I give it to them. Yes, save the best for last. That's exactly it. Yes, everything French is in my bones. I love it. I love it. I love it, Rose. Okay. Chemical texture services. Yes. Okay. And so having something, and we've honed our own crafts. So bringing our craft sometimes is not to be just displayed all the time, because we do have to teach, we do have to facilitate. There's lessons, there's procedures that we have to follow. But y'all, sometimes we can pull some things out that help excite our students and move things forward. Maybe are there students that need more excitement? Yeah, maybe they are. I'm gonna have to assign a break person, but let's go ahead and let's break for 15, guys, and then we'll come back and finish our last two. I hope that you have had something that you can take away already. Think about one of your takeaways from this morning. And as we return, let's discuss that takeaway and finish this particular slide before we move into our next lesson. All right. Going camera off and camera audio off for 15 minutes. Well, I see you back. Y'all have a great break. Welcome back. It's the roll call. Let's go ahead and put our name and our numbers in the chat. Our name and numbers in the chat is the roll call. Let's put our name and numbers in the chat. Let's look at some of our playlist songs. Someone had Journey. All right, y'all like the chat up? Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. If you know this song, this is a karaoke favorite. Let's go. If this is your theme song, I'm gonna need you to take the floor. Welcome back, Carolina. Erica, Connie, Allie, welcome back, LaShawn. Welcome back, guys. I know a karaoke bar hate to see you coming when you got this song on. Welcome back, Thomas. Welcome back, Gary, Shauna. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, Charlotte, Brittany. All right, 2 people are trying to come in. Let's come on back in. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back, James, Takesha. It's the roll call. Let's get your names in the chat along with your license numbers, please. We're moving right along. I hope you're having a good time. Awesome. It is. Happy anniversary. Okay, Charlotte. All right. Welcome back, Demi. Welcome back, Taylor. I know that's somebody's part right there. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, guys, we've had an amazing comeback, You guys, we hanging on in there. We're doing really, really well. I asked you to think about a takeaway. One takeaway that you've had so far this morning. I would love for you guys to share. So, of course, to make sure you're human, let's go over to the chat. But if I have 1 or 2 people that, hey, don't mind sharing is caring, you can unmute. Give me a takeaway. A takeaway so far, nothing forced, very organic. Do you have a takeaway this morning? Feel free to unmute, and then everybody else can go to the chat.
I'll share.
Thank you.
There were so many so far. But I like the fact that giving the students the opportunity to make a playlist And then you take those songs and you make your playlist for the class, which will incorporate everybody as being a part of the class and not just separate. So therefore, nobody feels left out. Nobody feels targeted. And it makes the atmosphere much more at ease for everyone.
Definitely, definitely. I like the way you put that. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Sharing is caring. That's an amazing takeaway. Good, good. Anyone else? You guys are lighting up the chat. You guys are human. Let's go. Like the chat up, like the chat up. Someone says the name will. Would you want to revisit that? Is that something? I had a couple of people mention that. Is there something we should revisit before this class is over with? Yes, yes. Okay. Awesome, awesome. Yes, the playlist gets the moves going. Yes, Wheel of Names. Y'all also, if you're gonna give away little gifts and things like that, just some random, it's a good way. Okay. Like the idea of pushing the students to do better. Yes, then we are. And here's the thing. You have to know, and I operate with this. What's for me is for me. I'm going somewhere. I don't care how it looks or whatever you see. I'm just getting started. I'm going somewhere. So me helping somebody else, this part of what I'm supposed to do, you know, but I'm going somewhere. Yes, reaching students when English is their second language, correct. You have to really think about it. You have to really think about it. Um, Man, it's bigger. And the things that go on in the world is bigger, but they come into our classrooms. So we got to figure out, how do we adapt? How do we not leave anyone out? Yes, using more music. Yes, questions and calling on people. Yes, yes. Paying attention to the new generation of learners and how things will continue to change. Yes, and we're about to jump into that. Okay, different things we can utilize, motivate the students. Exactly. Okay. Ms. Wallace says incorporate strategies to promote inclusion and fun learning within the classroom. Yes, absolutely. Having a safe space to innovate. Yes. Always approach your clients as important, no matter the age, dealing with music and conversation. Yes. And when I tell you the songs, like I what is the song? Today was a good day. I don't know the song, but it was by Ice Cube. Came from a person you were like, what? But I enjoyed it. And then the T.I. and I mean, just amazing. You wouldn't even think. I'm gonna throw Dolly Parton in here. Y'all wouldn't even think, huh, baby? I got a bad country playlist. And sometimes when the class has gotten a little stale, I will throw on my country playlist and the students will go, what? But I intentionally did that to get some reaction because I thought it was too quiet. Okay. So I would throw in my playlist, and I'm not talking about the new country. I'm talking about old country, baby. And they'd be like, Miss Cox, I don't know. They was like, you hear those lyrics? I said, do you understand where your lyrics came from? They came from the old school, okay? So I would throw in some country. I love all types of music. And of course, you know, I gotta go back to a song. And my students said the worst thing they could do is give you Apple Music. The absolute Pandora, Apple, absolute worst thing that they could do. And let me see. Ooh, I have, there's a little Pastor Mike. Yeah, let me some country. I have so many playlists. And then don't let somebody who's a general artist pass away. I got a whole playlist of that. Lord, when Tina Turner went on, you would have thought I was just a Tina Turner all week in class. My students said, enough. Enough is enough. Um, this song by George Strait is one of my favorites. Check yes or no. Yes, Bon Jovi. You cried in class. If you know this song, put a 1 in the chat. I don't want to be out there by myself. I love me some George Strait. That's what I'm talking about. If you like me, you like me. Yes or no? I'm trying to get married. Like, we met in January, we married in February. Who was that? That just 2024 was your year. I'm trying to be like you. Yes or no? Yes, Allie? All right, all right. I could have been a DJ. I don't know. But I needed to just kind of, I ain't played that a little bit. We give you some Johnny Cash later on, but yes. So you guys been like, this teacher, this facilitator right here. Yes. All right, guys. So I got my George Strait out the way. You got your takeaways. Thank you so much for going into the chat. Hey guys, look, go through that chat and take some pictures. All right, go through the chat and take some pictures. The chat won't come up on the live stream, but definitely go through the chat, take some pictures. And because you could take the things that you didn't get a note of, somebody else got. All right, always use it as a resource, a great hub to share with your coworkers and things of that nature. So take the notes, okay? And I can't stress this enough for those individuals who are new educators, okay? Or you're getting back to the classroom. Take some notes. Okay, so we brought it down to opportunities are limitless, without end, limit boundary. We're not holding our students back. We're moving forward. We're pushing them past comfort and average because they're going to need to hone their craft. They're going to need skill in the next go round. There are people who are cut hair, and then there are professional hair cutters, okay? There are beauticians, there are cosmetologists, but there are professional hairstylists, all right? So your needs, like prep your students. Beauty is not dead. We are yet alive, and they will need to have the superb skill, the skill that goes to another level, and they'll need to be able to articulate, talk, mesh well with management, depending on where they like to go. All my students told me they go into suites. I said, oh my God. So for like 6 months, I've had to drill in other forms of employment and options. I've had to drill it in, and some have taken those, taken heed. But you never know until you ask questions. So I've had to still push them. So our last two here on our fireside in our icebreakers is, if you could choose any career of choice other than where you are now, what would it be? Like literally, guys, about 3 weeks ago, I had to redo this for myself. Who's writing on our screen? I had to redo this for myself. If I, and I'm going to say destiny, could do another career, what would it be? And I thought about those things that I had hopes and dreams of before I got set up and with the challenge to go teach. I wanted to be a police officer. I don't know if that's something I want to do now, or I wanted to be a doctor. So literally, I've explored how old would I be if I choose to go back and become a doctor. Okay, and it's more than likely it's gonna be a dermatologist. How old would I be? And I'm sharing that out loud with thousands of people in YouTube land. But thought about it. I'd be 55, and I was like, is this something I want to do? I don't know. Okay, I'd be something early 50s, but that is a challenge. That's me, guys. I would go back and be a doctor, and I would not be too far from beauty. I'd be a doctor to bring it all in. So let's go to the chat. If it wasn't what you're doing now, what would you do? What would you do? Yes, come on, Miss Wallace, you're gonna doc with me. A life coach. Good job, Debbie. We're life coaching these learners every day. A preschool teacher. I love it. A trainer. A full-time mom. That's a job. That's a career. Gary, a high-end car salesman. You love cars, Gary? You gotta love cars. Yes, a motivational speaker, a chef, an elementary teacher, also hairstylist, dermatology. Come on, Misty. Okay, anesthesiologist. Yes, yes, yes. Something you love to do, you're gonna do amazing at. Yes, a nurse or a doctor. Y'all, I think we're all going back into the medical field. We mesh well. Can I share with you guys, since I see a lot of doctors and nurses in the chat, can I share with you guys just a forecast? I have a lot of estheticians and that come through our school. And guys, a lot of the estheticians that come through, they have on as a game plan nursing, whether it's male or female. And at one season, we had nurses come in and they wanted to become estheticians. And then we have estheticians come in, and the goal is going to nursing next. And so I'm seeing those two industries mesh well together. They're meshing well together. Okay. And they're doing something that in other states have always meshed well together to form like med spas and things that they see the bigger picture. But I'm seeing it now younger instead of older. So take heed. I'm seeing it younger instead of older. And so even had one of my youngest students graduate esthetician school. She went straight into nursing school, and that's the story for a lot of my students. Passed the aesthetics test. I mean, amazing esthetician, moved into nursing, completed nursing, got licensed, dream job, and worked for a season, 3 months or less, and said, hey, I'm going back to aesthetics. And then later I find a way to mesh these two together. So a lot of times your people that are coming in, and we're going to talk about the generations, they're not dumb, slow, trying to just fill a gap by any means. They're coming in because they have a plan. So we need to have, that's more important for us to have that plan and strategy as well for the classroom. They're coming in with these 5 and 10-year goals. All right. And we're just on that plan to fulfill a certain part. All right. So we got to make sure they stay on track, especially if they share it with you. You got to make sure that they stay on track and you push them past. Even when they want to give up, you got to keep telling them they got to keep going. And so I see that. I have a lot of estheticians and a lot of medical professionals that are merging together. Even went to a image. We hadn't had an image launch here in a long time that I know of. Been a couple of years, but even there at that launch, our new product launch, and doing some celebrating of $1 million spas in the area. There was a doctor there. This was about 6 years ago, and the doctor said that he was leaving the medical practice. Okay, medical practice in the hospital. He was leaving it, and he was going towards aesthetics. I don't know. Take that information for what you see it as. So do you see how they're colliding together? And now I see even more medical and cosmetology colliding more as well. Awesome, Roxanne. So Roxanne, you know what I'm talking about. You see the two meshing together. And this doctor shared with me, I see the turnover. I see the turnaround and how much money is being made in the beauty industry. And it's more money, faster money than what I can get from Medicaid, Medicare. I was like, wow. So you got these individuals, top tier careers that say, hey, I'm going back to this career that no one really thought about, no one really thought of. I'm seeing a lot of that. Okay. So cosmetology and aesthetics are not considered minute careers. We are top tier. And we have a lot of second career individuals who are joining our forces. Okay. And so I want you to, you're teaching a whole new way. So I want you to be strong and stand up and be proud of what you do, because you are the catalyst for people to get to their next. And so just super exciting about that. And so good job, good job. If you were a candy, what would you be and why? And I usually ask this team aspect. If you were a candy, what would you be and why? And it's an icebreaker that can be used, especially for newbies. You can have so much candy on the table and have them go pick out a candy bar. But you were asked, if you were a candy, what would you be and why? Or ask them what their favorite candy is. And guys, I knew I was training. I went and got my favorite candy. This is a Hershey's Cookies and Cream. I get the cookie, I get the energy, I got it. Okay. And then I also have a Jolly Rancher. Something easy going. Let's move into the chat. If you were a candy, gummy bears, something colorful, sweet, different. Yes. I got a lot of gummy bears. Yes, chocolate. Kit Kats. Yes. Almond Joy, Snickers. Hey, Debbie. Debbie, I've been wanting to try that Dubai chocolate. I've been seeing a little of it. Yes. I love the nerds too. Good job, guys. Now and later ain't going nowhere. Yes, that's our go-to. That is our go-to. I'm gonna have to see. Brittany, I think, or whoever did the whiteboard, see if you can erase that. If not, we'll just move forward. But we have a lot of things going on. We have a lot of things that we can have going on our screen. All right, so let's move on. It says, as a coach, school owners, directors, educators, as a coach, we need to be able to reach a diverse group of students with a variety of backgrounds, experiences, cultures, and learning styles. All right. So, yes, you're like, man, we can't go in and just teach anymore. No, this is why I'm anyone who does not look like me. I am very in tune to what do you like? What's the tradition? Had a couple of students that family members were getting married. They were going to Seattle and everybody had to go, and they had these bridal styles that particularly they needed to do. And guess what? We helped. She shared with us some of the bridal styles, and we started to do some of them as practice. So when she got there, she'll be more comfortable with doing the hair. And so just kind of bringing some different things into the classroom. I would have never known that if I didn't ask the student and share. That student had an opportunity to teach us about different things related to our culture, especially with beauty. So just amazing. We have to be non-biased, seeing the potential in all, and equipped to pull it out, which means thank you for coming to the BELC. This training and other trainings of professional development just helps you become a better GOAT in the classroom. Just amazing. So as we move on, we're going to look at our playlist a little bit, but who's on your roster? All right. And this is always dedicated to educators, school owners, directors. But what position do you play well? What position does your learners play? All right. So I need all coaches to always take the top of the leadership. I don't want to walk in the classroom, especially when I'm doing a consulting and doing a walkthrough, and don't know who the educator is. I gotta know who the educator is. I need educators to stand out. All right. I gotta know who's the leader of the classroom. Who am I going to if anything go awry? All right. So we need to know what's our position that we play well. And even though a coach could be a director or an educator, right? Or both. Even though someone else may hold a director position, and you're the coach. I can do the job. You can do the job. But for this time, we need you in this role. And this role is going to be most effective to get us to the win. And so a lot of times I have to know what position do you play well, because that's the only thing I want to employ. That's the only thing I want to employ. What position you play well. And so early on, I learned, since I'm not a non-traditional school, I've learned that I like to employ, and I really build off of an educator's interests or things that they do really well. If I have an educator that theory is not her strongest standpoint, she is not going to be a theory educator. She's not going to be effective in the classroom. I it is not a place that we have time for training. It's just not. But if there's a need for clinicals and someone to push and be creative, and this is where that person really shines, that's where they'll go. Okay. So the goal is making sure every coach is coaching on their level in ways that they could push forward. Every player is in position that they need to be in order for us to win the game. So we have a classroom and we know who our starting five is. But as an educator, as a team, you're building a team. As a director, you're building a team. Who's your starting five? Who are the five that you trust to win the game? All right. Let's look here. We look at the positions of our starting five. We have point guard, shooting guard, small forward, a center, and power forward. When I tell you I was a center, that's my house. Get out of the paint. My goal was for you to lose every time. Yes. Not a problem. Not a problem. My goal is for you to lose every time. If you come into the center, opposing team, you come into my space, my goal is to stop you from getting those 2 points by any means necessary. Yeah, did I get text? I did. But you didn't play with me when we came back and came back around. And so remember this position here, the center, and then remember your point guard. And we're going to talk about the point guard, particularly as it pertains to educators. Of all of these positions, the educator is a point guard. Let's look at that. It says the point guard is the quarterback of the basketball team. On most teams, the point guard runs plays, leads the offense, directs the traffic. The ball is in this player's hand more than anybody else on the team. Educators, you are the one leading the team. When we walk into the classroom, I need to be able to see the educator, the point guard, making moves, giving directions, setting up the play. Okay? It says the point guard is the quarterback. Someone said earlier, you can't win a game without the quarterback. You can't play the game without the quarterback. So teachers, educators are so impactful to our schools and in our classroom. We can't do nothing without you. Okay? So what we're going to talk about tomorrow is building up the educator so you can be the best point guard in your classrooms, mentally, okay, physically, just making sure you're where you need to be. It says on most teams, the point guard runs the play. So if my director can act as my coach and give me the play, I'm going to go back to my classroom and I have to run the play, which means the directive that came down, I got to facilitate. I got to pass it out. It's going to be on me. I can't drop the ball. So I got to do what I'm supposed to do. But a good leader also is going to see who can handle it, They're going to give directions. And even if someone says, I'm not getting it, can you give it to me again? I can, because I need to win the game. All right. It said the ball is in this player's hands more than anybody else on the team. The educator. The ball is in your hands. So sometimes when you say, who dropped the ball? I'm going to always go back and look at the educator. Because we can't do nothing without you. The ball is always going to be in your hands. There's always a level of accountability that needs to come from the point guard. Okay? You handle the ball more than anything. You're not going to be able to pass it. So whatever is produced, whatever play that's being played, is going to come back to you. So I want us to always be equipped. We were building up to this point. We have to be equipped. Okay? Here are some strengths and weaknesses of our point guard as educators. Typically, the point guard is the best ball handler. You're the best. That's why you're in the classroom. You're the best. You're the passer. You're giving direction. You're the decision maker on the team. We're not passing the buck. Okay? You're doing what's best for your team at that moment. It says since they will have the ball so much over the course of the game, they need to be able to maintain possession without turning it over to the other team, which means we'll talk about classroom management. How well are you going to manage the ball? Have you ever stepped back and said, man, I ain't handle it. I just was absent from class today. That does nothing for the learners because they're leaving with my favorite phase. I didn't learn anything today. And I was a director and I heard that from a student. I'm going to the classroom because I want to see who had the ball. Man, I passed you the ball. And we didn't produce anything from it. And so, yeah, we do push on having a lot of accountability. You guys can go to the chat. We do. You have a lot of responsibility, a lot of freedom, but I'm gonna need a lot of accountability. All right. And because we had the play, we were positioned for the win. Only thing I needed you to do was pass the ball. Only thing I needed you to do was hold on to it, manage the classroom without turning it over. I need to distinctly know that you were the one handling everything. So I need you set apart. And here's one of the weaknesses. It's not always the case, but point guards can often be the smallest players on the floor. You may not get a lot of recognition. You're not. Okay, but you're the most important player. I need you to keep moving, because remember, we're a team. Remember, it's going to come later on down the line. It's going to help. All right. And so sometimes think about ourselves, educators, as point guards. We got to play. We just need to play the game. Okay. We need to make the pass, make the best decisions, and maintain possession of the ball. Let's chat. I'm just going over to the chat. All right. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. All right. So I get that. You're definitely a point guard. Yes. Stop them. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Here's a little nugget. I'm looking at our time. Here's a activity, and then we're gonna just something. Okay. So we got a couple of minutes, about 20 minutes before lunch. This is activity. It's called Time Buddy. So we're just moving on. Activity is called Time Buddy. This is for your breakout rooms. If you're going to be in a virtual space or ever using a virtual space, and even if you're in an in-person classroom and you want to break up those friends that are very familiar with each other, they always sit beside each other and they want to do everything together, and we have to do this assignment and we have to do this game, but they're always choosing each other. This is what I call time buddy and break up and break out. All right. So we match each hour with the classmate. And so right here we have 12, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so on. So someone to get the little hand, someone to get the big hand. I may give all the students a number. And if I put the clock on 2 o'clock, or if I put it on 3 o'clock, whoever's at 3 and 12 would be partners. I can switch it all around, just twirl my finger around it. Whoever comes up at 4:15, so it'll be 4, okay? And then 4:15, whichever two come together, those two will be partners, okay? The purpose, opportunity to explore partnerships with new team members, all right? You want to build new relationships. So it just gets the students to moving around. You don't take them too long out of their comfort zone, but I am going to take you out. Okay. I want you to explore. This is also good for those individuals who may be a little shy, pulled back, and you're just getting them with, new people. So today they may be a partner based on the clock. They may be a partner today all day. You guys gonna be stuck like glue. So this is it's called time buddy. It said once you're matched to a number, no repeats. Okay, so we have 3 minutes to kind of get it together, and I tell them, so I need you to move your desks, chairs, everything together because you're gonna be with this person all day today. All right, and usually it's sound off, which means there's no talking. We're not going back and forth. So at the beginning of class or after lunch, sometime I may do time buddy, just to kind of break up the norm. All right. And usually it follows with a project or something. Okay. Awesome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. All right. So we have there. If you have not did the roll call, please make sure you go ahead and do that and take care of that. And in the next 20 before lunch, we're going to try to get through who are we teaching, and as we begin to move into teaching methodologies, who are we teaching? Just continued, very in-depth, who's in our classroom. Let's look at this generational chart. Looking at the United States, finding out if someone says, hey, they're 19 years old, they're 25, they're 30, they're 45, they're 60, just finding out where our clients, our learners are. Sometimes we just ask for birthday. Okay. And I ask for birthdays to find out who generally am I dealing with in the classroom. All right. And particularly this lesson is going to target millennials and Gen Z in the classroom. All right. Because the U.S. has a higher population of millennials and Gen Z, and these are the individuals that are in our classroom, we work with, their coworkers, things of that nature. Okay. So greatest generation, 1901 to 1926, they're represented by this blue. It's only a few of those left, y'all. It's only a few. And the silent generation, 1927 to 1945, they kind of went with the flow. They didn't really make a lot of ruckus, okay? But they're still here, all right? Then you have the baby boomers. It's 23.4%, 1946 to 1964. Our parents, our grandparents operated safe, okay? It's a safe place. Bank accounts, retirement, very, very safe. Picket fence, all right? Gen X, 65 to 1980, 20.79%. Gen X is where I will fall, okay? I'm still here. I'm still here. And so we'll explain a little bit more about Gen X as well. And then you have millennials, 1981 to 2000, 27.48. All right. It's more of them currently. And then you have Gen Z. And Gen Z also goes from 2000 to 2024. 2020, 2000 to 2020. So these numbers for Gen Z could be more higher. All right. Because honestly, Gen Z is going to make the most amount of money in the United States at one time. So we're looking at kids that are 20 years old or in their 20s or 25 right now who are making more money than their parents and grandparents ever made at that age. No longer are these kids or these young people when I grow up, it is now. Okay. Because just exposed to education, to more information. Is this true? And we'll just look at boomers. Are boomers self-centered, unrealistic, political, power-driven, and workaholic? I think they're workaholics for sure. You guys can comment. Boomers. Gen X, are they slackers, cynical, impatient, selfish? I don't think so. I think they got a little slackish. Okay, but that's it. And why? Short attention span, spoiled, disrespectful, technology dependent. A lot of us would put that into Gen Z, but not so much. Is this true? Do you see yourself? Do you have a family member? Do you see a student? Yeah, definitely a workaholic. Yes. You're a boomer. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, great, great. You guys are lighting up the chat. Let's focus on this next slide. Where particularly, I want you to take your notes. Gen Z. When I've been teaching a very long time, and I think I came in like 2099, getting my hours, and then licensure like 2000, between 2000 and 2001. I remember they thought the world was going to end. So that particular New Year's going into 2000, that following year, I would get my licensure and become an instructor for the state of Tennessee. So we're talking 2000, 2001. Things are very different. It's 2025. I found in my classroom has had various generations. At one point, my classroom was all Generation Z. Okay. All Generation Z. All right. And actually, this is someone who is who can't get on. They need to be in class. But go ahead and read this. If you wrote on the whiteboard of your screen, see if you, Brittany Evans, see if you can erase this. And I'm just asking because I want everybody to have a great learning experience. It's like to just scribble through. But yeah, it notes that Brittany Evans wrote on her whiteboard. See if you can erase it for me. And I'm gonna take this call from one of your. I'm gonna see if I can get her log back in. So read this over and give me 60.
Yeah. Oh no, I think I'm making it worse.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm sorry if you
Okay.
guys heard me say curse words. I was trying to figure
No,
out.
it's not good. I just saw X's. I'm talking to someone, but I don't worry about it. I got you. Y'all give me a couple of seconds, okay?
I'm sorry. I've been hitting the backwards arrow, and then it looks like an eraser above that, and then an X, and then a little trash can. I've been hitting that one. trying to draw over it, and then now I put more X's on there. Crap. Oh no.
Brittany, read the chat.
All right, I'm back. We got our people together. I want to make sure everybody always has a great experience. So if you can't get the Zoom or something's going on, don't hesitate to give me a call. And I'm very appreciative. And so we got that person squared away. So thank you for your time, guys. Let's jump back in. As I was talking about Gen Z being majority of my class, I had to figure it out really, really quickly. And I've never been a person to just consistently, just follow norm, even when changes around you. So, hey, we gotta adapt. This thing is moving. It's different. Um, and for one, I've operated a cash pay education institution, and my students are Gen Z. And so here's was one of the things I noticed. They have money. They are making their own money. And they're using a lot of social platforms. Please mute for me. I'm sorry. They're using a lot of social platforms. They're very tech savvy, and they are working for what they want. I've talked to a student, and I say, you guys will win it all, and you'll bet it and lose it all at one time because you're saying you realize I can make it again. Those are the kind of students that I've had to deal with. They are very free with information on how they grow and how they are now. and their ears and eyes are open. So that's one reason why I explore different platforms as well, because they're going to come into the classroom already knowing so much, and so I need to also match that. So it feels like I'm giving them what they need, and so the relevance of information is crazy. So I go out and travel and go to shows and events just to bring it back, and it really takes us to the next level. I have to do something more than what YouTube and TikTok. I'm not depending on it to teach them, but you will learn in the training digital classroom that TikTok is where they go to learn, and it's a place, it's formatted, a platform for learning, and so that is so. I also urge a lot of schools, not individual educators, but a lot of schools to also join the platform and be like a great liaison. That platform could be a great liaison to bring the younger and the older generation together, whereas the learners and also the ones who are in management bring you guys together. Let's look at Gen Z. Uh, 2.5 billion population by 2020. We're there. We're at 25. 98% of Gen Z members own a smartphone. Can we stick a pin right there? These individuals were born in 2020, between 2020 and 2000. Y'all, if a student is 20 years old coming into my classroom, and this is where you can go to the chat, you have to just really realize if a 20-year-old comes into my classroom and they have every device you could even think of, from watch to tablet to iPad to phone, multiple phones. They've been given that technology since birth. Why is it my job, okay, to take it away? And I know some schools, even older schools back in the day, would say no cell phone, no cell phone, no cell phone. But have anybody had the instance where you tried to remove the phone and it went left? Like literally, somebody may have gotten suspended because it uproared so bad. You can go to the chat. It has happened. My take on the technology when it comes to cell phone, if we're teaching, cannot be used. But because I know there are some kinesthetic learners, they have to have something in their hands, or they have to have a dose of that technology. I'm going to have what we call a 15-minute time. And that 15-minute time, even though it's considered a break, it's a social break. 15-minute social break. At that time, the sanitation captain also may act as our social media captain for the day. So the sanitation captain, social media captain, there's an area somewhere in the school where they like to take pictures, boom, boom, boom. That person manages that area. That's where you flood. You want to go just check your Facebook, you want to check whatever. I'm going to let you get it out of your system. And then we're going to come back. But in the meantime, also, if you're going to post, you're going to tag me, you're going to tag the school. And so that's the thing. If you're going to post and you're going to take pictures and you're going to do whatever here, you have to tag the school. That's on a marketing aspect as well. But I have to give them something, that's me, to get it out of their system, because I understand what I'm about to get ready to share with you. And as we're working together as a team, I asked them, what battles are we fighting? Because I don't want to take the emphasis off of learning. And I understand everybody's not going to be non-traditional, but we're not going to take the emphasis off of learning because of this distraction right here, but yet make that distraction that they're a part of in their life become part of education. So they'll have so many assignments and projects that technology based, we don't even have time for other issues. And they're getting so much information and learning and teaching that they don't really have time for other stuff. So we are moving on a paperless campus. So we use a lot of technology. And so, yes, if a student has a phone, long as it's out at the time that it's allowed to be out, that's what we do. Does somebody want to chime in? What's your phone policy at your school? Anybody? Let me go to the chat.
This is Luz. I don't have a school, but when I do, am at school teaching. And I noticed that everyone's switching over to the phone. I switch up. I'll bust out a move, I'll laugh, I'll dance, and then if they're all laughing, I'll say, what's so funny? Let me see. And then I'll laugh too. But yeah, I'm not fighting technology. It's not my job.
Yeah, I'm not fighting. I'm gonna build. I like that. I'm gonna build in. Tanya said no phones during exam and lectures. You're absolutely right. And if you have a good rapport with your students, they'll turn the phone in. We do have a cabinet called Phone Jail. Phone Jail, Jail, just a little bucket. Remember, that's their prized possession. They've had it since birth, like a bottle. I'm just going to look, volunteer, look, go put your phone in phone jail. I'm not even going to touch it because I don't want them to feel invaded. All right. So go put your phone in phone jail. This is the time that we have the guest speakers, no phones. All right. This is the time that we're testing lectures, no phones. And then, of course, you can go get your phone out when we're done and go back over to put it back in your possession. But sometimes I have to pull out the phone jail. Okay. But yeah, I'm not going to pull something back. Yes, phone jail is amazing. And they love it. That's it. Erica needs to go into phone jail. She's just, thank you. I'm glad that you saw that, corrected that. Yes, not on the clinic floor and not in treatment room. Y'all, I've had students that want to get content. Is anybody else out there? You have students that want to get content? Thank you. I have students that want to get content. I have to tell them, you don't have anyone's permission. You don't have anyone's permission. So no, you can't get content. I had two instances. I had a student, she was getting a back treatment and someone wanted to get content, but she had side boob out and they posted it. And the student's husband said, hey, what's going on up there? And I wasn't even there, but guess what? Who hold the ball? Okay. So there's some quick policies we had to put in place. So there's absolutely, first of all, there was no phone in the treatment room. Cannot be recorded at all. When I worked at a school, there was a really bad situation of students that took pictures of clients and passed it around. And of course, a team member got released from the team and the students got put out. So that's something we're not going to do. You're not going to take pictures of anyone's body. You remember, we're in a safe space. We're not going to be bullying. We're not going to have any cyberbullying, nothing. And so no pictures in treatment rooms. And then if you want to do content, there's a time for that. Remember that 15 minutes? There's a content time for that. And there's no content when you're learning. You have to learn it. And then once you learn and master it at your leisure, you can do your content. But no. And I tell them, you don't even clean up. You don't even sanitize. You haven't even done what you needed to do. So there's no content. There's no content. So there's no content building until this content time. And I find that some of my Gen Zs, they want to go straight into recording and they want to build a video because they just learned how to do a facial. No. Okay. You have content time, and that's when you're going to build, record, do whatever you need to do, get your friends to hold the camera for you. But when we are learning, that is going to be a no-no. Okay. And so definitely no treatment room, no exams. I'm even taking watches, smart watches off. All right. Because I am preparing you for the board exam. I don't want you to get somewhere like, oh my goodness, we didn't do that in school. They didn't do all that. Yes, you did. Okay. So no smart devices. I don't check glasses. I just said, Lord, be with them when if they're cheating their heart, go be with them as they take the test. But we try to minimize it. So I'm physically not touching them or the phone. So I'm asking them to put it in phone jail and put it away. But there are consequences to not putting it away and to not doing what you're supposed to, because they value being at the school. So the major consequence is you don't get to be a part of this. So every day you're going to miss something. So you don't get to be a part of this if you don't follow the rules. That's just point blank, period. You don't get to be a part of this. And but that's the value I put in the classrooms, that you don't get to clock in, you don't get to join us, you don't get to go on a field trip, you don't get to have a one-on-one, you don't get any of this if you don't follow the rules. Okay. And so with 98% of Gen Z members owning a smartphone, again, I'm not taking up that battle, but define subjects or relate all subjects to technology. Okay. And if they have to get it done in the classroom, I'll put them into groups and they can use one device. Okay. 85% of Gen Z learn about new products via social media. Okay. So we talked about that, they're getting their stuff from social media and from YouTube and things like that. 85% learn about new products via social media. So that time that they are on there, they know more than you about the products. Okay, so when we get down to the products and retail, we have developed a space on social media, like literally my school lives in a social media space, because since I know that they get a lot of stuff from social media, you might as well join the community and let them get it all from you. All right. So every platform that my students are pretty much on, I'm on. All right. And I'm trying to figure out, it's like a gathering house. So we have private, we'll learn about that in digital classroom, but there's private. Of course, we have a school page on social media, but then we go a step further and we have a private Facebook group for active students. And so in the private group, we celebrate.
After that, and then you can just leave the lawnmower right there. We done.
Mute that for me, please. Okay, so in the private group, it's a lot of video. If I see something I want to share, interviews, assignments, every study material you can ever think of, every study guide we've ever had, all of that, they can find it 24/7 on the platform in the private group that you have to be an active student to join. It does not substitute teaching a class. It's just a community. I know my students are out there somewhere on social media, so I'm creating something to lock in all of my people. So if someone shows them something or have their attention, I want to be the one to give them the correct stuff. And so they're not all over the place. Okay. So that has been my thing, is go to the platform, build community, and direct my tribe to that community. All right. Then they're on there anyway. Then there's 10 hours of screen time. So the Gen Z learner has about 10 hours of screen time. That's more time on their phone than they are in the classroom. It says the amount of time nearly half of Gen Z spends on devices each day. So they're in front of something. So this is common knowledge. So when you see who's your audience, who's in your classroom, who's walking the walls of your school, these particular students. Next time you see them in their phone, you won't think it's so likely. You say, they're adapted to that. That's all they know. How can we bring this relevant information we want them to have and connect them with what they're naturally going to do anyway? So it becomes now all the coaches got to get together and figure out, how do we run the play? How do we build a new play? We need a new strategy. And then there's 71% this generation watches more than 3 hours of online video daily, period. 71% of Gen Z watches more than 3 hours of online video daily. So think about this. How many schools don't have computers or iPads, or just think about it, or don't have them connected to some type of tablet that they work with every day? Okay. So that 3 hours of online video, that's 3 hours of training. No, it does not substitute a live instructor being in the classroom, but they're down. They're going to watch something. They need to be watching or spending those 3 hours hearing your voice. Okay. So we have a teacher in Texas, Miss Candace. She's our advanced aesthetic educator with Texas Laser Center. Amazing. She'll do a video. She'll do a video sometime from Texas. Guess what? She's not here with them every day. She's always going to show them something new, and they got to get online. They got to get online. They got to do some work to see it, and they simply got to click a link. Okay, bam! I just had a guest speaker. I just had a guest educator come in. The students just got to see somebody. I got to quiet my mouth. I got to sit down and be quiet, and I let her just have a moment for a little bit. But I'm playing on the curve of them needing this minimum of 3 hours. They're gonna watch it somewhere else anyway. I mean, people watch YouTube videos, reels, everything. They're watching it anyway. And so to get their attention, I'm going to plant myself in their universe. And instead of them watching crazy stuff or crazy videos, I'm going to put stuff that how to do a proper manicure, how to clean up. The PSI, record that. Your PSI preparation, record that. Okay. Someone wanted to do a proper manicure and you've written it, they've seen you do it, they practice it, but now record it. Okay. It's just another way for them to learn. And then if Gen Z is majority of your classroom, it's going to be another way for them to say, hey, I learned something. All right. I learned something. And it won't be the person that is usually visual or this person who's just really analytical. They will say, hey, we learned something. I don't know what format it was, but she gave it to us in many different ways, and we took it and we ran with it. And so I don't know what you can do in your classrooms. I'm just a messenger. If these are individuals in your class, you need to know some statistics. It may not be all of them, of who you have in there, what they're used to, what they're accustomed to, so you can moderate and change and adapt and slowly progress your class to match the audience that you have in the classroom. Let's go to the chat. And also, if someone just want to be vocal, what do you think? Leanne says, this is why I take the time to teach communication between each other. Yes, learning how to communicate with each other has communicate with a client. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Anyone? Okay. Kimberly says, I like to do before and after pictures. I'm good as long as it's work related. Step out for personal use, especially. Yes. Mm-hmm. They wear these glasses for content. Yes. Okay. Clayton says no phones, but it's okay as long as it's not in front of clients' lectures. All right. Awesome. Awesome. What do you guys think of Gen Z? Who has majority Gen Z? You got some Gen Z in the classroom. Talk to me. You got some Gen Z in the classroom. Okay. Hill, you got a lot of Gen Z students. Okay. Misty says a lot. All right. Diverse age group. All right. Ethan says yes. I'm listening.
I have a lot of Gen Z students, but what I tell them is put those raggedy phones down because I'm in the skin chapter, right? So about what the cell phones and the computer does to the face and the skin, and then it's another term called tech neck that causes wrinkles in the neck. So when I say, see why I call your cell phone raggedy, they just get tickled and say, oh, you right, Miss Stuckey. So that can even be, they'll say, you always call our phone raggedy. I say, wait till we get to the chapter. So that just intrigues them to see, why does she keep calling our phones raggedy? So
yeah. And then they get to looking at it like, oh.
Right. So I love it. And they love it too once they learn the reason behind me calling their phones raggedy.
Awesome. And you know they're sharing it when they get home too, right? It's good.
Yes.
They're sharing that information because they're like, did y'all know? It may be out of context, but they're gonna share something about that. That's awesome. You guys are lighting up the chat. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yes, a lot of Gen Z. I love that raggedy phone. Yes. Okay, it says yes. Yeah, the phone to look up videos and then we watch together and see if they can see what you see. Absolutely. Yes. I send our students a lot of gross stuff, especially when on different things in skincare. I say, y'all, this is what you're going to deal with. And I was like, oh my God, if you're squirming now, just wait, you know? Most of my Gen Z, y'all, they're on social platforms. Let's be honest. And they said Facebook is for the old folks. But a lot of them have Facebook. And so how I keep up with my students, even today, and I show you tomorrow, when we go over digital classroom, I give you a tour of our school private group. And remember, it's not a substitute, but we're building community. We're building community and we're building a great rapport with our students, morale, great morale. And so I want to stay connected and they stay connected. If I get a chance to go to this natural event today after class, I'm going to also share that experience with them. And so we become connected. Um, sometimes private schools have to do more than other schools, you know? So sometimes people, they're looking for a connection, they're looking for an experience, they're looking for a team, for family, a tribe. And so that's simply what the hopes of doing is to not let Gen Z feel like they're out there by themselves. All right. So even though I am X or millennial, I still need to have connection with the people that I'm charged to teach. Okay. And so I just have to just take a second look at some of my lessons and say, okay, this group, this time I taught it, I had more of this generation. Now I have more 18 to 25, and I have to do things a little different. At one point, I had about 4 16-year-olds. They would do traditional high school in the mornings, and they would come in for night class with me. And can you imagine having to stay on their heels and keep their attention? Keep their attention. That was the main thing, is keep their attention, because the attention span, and I would tell another teacher, don't be like me, but do you. But remember, you got to be fast, you got to be quick, you got to kind of get to the point of things, or you're going to lose a lot of students just because of the attention span it was a couple of minutes and it's over. So you got to catch them. 67% of this generation prefers seeing real people in ads. Okay. Think about a kid when you give them their phone and they're watching a YouTube or they're watching a video and that commercial comes on, they're like, what is going on? They don't want no stops. They don't want anything. Real people in ads. So if you're marketing, you're doing anything with your classroom, I use that phone also as project time, especially when we get to marketing and things like that. Since you want to record content, I need to see what you studied this weekend. I need to see that you practice anything that this weekend. So I need to see, create me a reel, a 30-second reel of you doing your homework. And that practice could have been, you need to practice your massage techniques. You're a little lack on massage 1 and 2. So I need you to practice. And a lot of times they'll bring that up, they'll email over the video, and then Monday morning we get to pull it up and see everybody's video. Sometimes we'll drop the video in a group, and the other students will get the vote by video, by post, which ones they like the most. And guess what? That person will get like a little prize. It's been so successful in keeping up. The group has been so successful that when they graduate, we now have an alumni group. And in the alumni group, it is more so sanitation, different kind of certifications they can get, and job postings, motivation speaking, things like that. So just kind of finding a way to stay connected to them. All right. And so when Gen Z grows up, they make up to 40% of US consumers. So these are the individuals that are going to have the money. Not so much when they grow up, when they have it right now. Okay. 50% of children are expected to be part of a minority ethnic group by 2020, which means, yes, I want to express and share in the wave of texture. Okay. So you go to any trade show, texture is a big thing, and they're trying to get more and more individuals and schools to share texture information. Tennessee, I think, is not one of those schools that's mandating texture education, but there are certain states that did. They went to the legislator and got it changed to where they have to teach texture. And so texture is a big thing coming out. And it's going to just help prepare the students on down the road. So yeah, learning more about who we are, who we have in our classrooms, and 50% of, the culture is changing and it looks different every day. So just be prepared. 8 seconds is the attention span for Gen Z. So they gotta get it to them. You gotta feed them quick. And then 50% of this population uses ad blocking software. They don't want interruptions. All right. They don't want interruptions. And you get to give your kid your phone. You're like, I know I had some phone calls. They are blocking them phone calls. They are blocking those commercials, everything. Okay. And then it says a mere 9% of teens prefer Facebook over other social media platforms. So of all the social media, you're only giving Facebook 9% as far as teens. And you'll say, Ms. Cox, what are other platforms where they are? If I go to a high school and speak, I'm always going to get, I want to stay connected to that person. But I don't need the information, address. I don't need to communicate to a team. The only way that I will, for the sake of being at that open house, is we'll go to Snapchat and they'll follow the school. Okay. I'm not going to follow the students. They'll follow the school. They're not the decision makers most of the time in high school. That's not a target audience for me. I do have high schoolers that come, but they're not my decision makers. So I don't do a whole lot of interacting with them, their children. But as we move on and become adults and 18 and over, we have Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and those are most of our communication avenues, social media communication avenues, and platforms that we use, because our decision makers are there, our target market is there, and we use a lot of questions, a lot of feedback, a lot of things are going to come from social media platforms. So it's an everyday thing for us. And I just feel like we're on a cutting edge of, and just really bad, just non-traditional. And you have to go where your audience are. Your audience is, your learners are. There's no more because you're great and you're amazing that they just beat down your doors. You're gonna have to go out there and in their life and in their span, in their universe, and say, this is it. This is where I am. Even though there's so many things about Gen Z, they're still looking for leadership. They're still looking for structure. All right. And they're leaning on you to give it to them and be correct and honest and things like that. So it's still some things we have to do, but it's some things we also have to observe and just be aware of and not have a blind eye. Here's some reflections. And we're going to take a lunch. We're going to do 5 minutes of reflections and then we'll lunch. All right. Reflections, halftime, and lunch. Let me look at the chat and see how y'all are burning up the chat. Okay. I know. I'm going to need a break person. Yes, encourage communication in class. I work evenings at my school, so I have a good mix of millennials and Gen Z. Yes, good, 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 good. All right, y'all. We are going to prepare for lunch. Yes, we're going to prepare for lunch. I'm going to see you guys in 1 hour. When you guys return, I will have the survey links. Okay. You can do that survey at any time. I prefer you do it at the end of the training, but you can do that survey at any time. Once that link is posted, remember, I need the survey done daily in order for you to get your 8 hours today and your 8 hours for tomorrow. Okay. If you cannot get the link at the end of the training, I have to email it to you. So you'll have to stay on so it can be emailed over to you. Okay. Let's go. I see you guys back here at 1:30. Okay. No, it is I see you guys back here at 1:30. So take an hour, a power hour, get you a nap, get you a snack. And then we'll be back with reflections. Y'all have a nice break. I will not be cutting the Zoom off. I'm just going to close the video and close the audio. All right. Happy break.
Are you able to mute Gary's iPhone?
All right, welcome back to the second half. Somebody had in the chat Frankie, Beverly, and May. I hope you had a great and amazing lunch. It's the roll call, y'all. It's the roll call. Let's get your names in the chat and also those license numbers. All right, welcome back, everybody.
He's mad at me. So mad.
That's all you do. I'm finna get back on like I was before. If you gotta do all that drinking, I ain't finna be with you.
Just realized you didn't hear me at all. All right, welcome back, guys. Let's go over to our shared page. Hope you get a little wiggle. Get you a little wiggle going on. We're getting ready to come back for our second half, y'all, guys. Let's get ready to close it up. We're coming back into reflections. Let me get in the chat how long you've been teaching. Let's put in the chat how long you've been teaching. Let's blow the chat up. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. All right. Almost 2 years. 5, 11, 6, 4. Great, great. 30, 25. Great, great, great. You got it, Roxanne. I love it. Awesome, Nicole. Awesome, awesome. Erica says licensed educator for 16. Teaching in general 30, cosmetology 10. Amazing. Okay, Mr. Harper 10. Amazing, amazing. $16 4 2. Okay, I'm letting somebody in. All right, I wanted to know how long you've been teaching. 24. Okay, okay. All right, Mr. Hobson, instructor for 30 years. Amazing. Okay. All right, guys. We got some more people coming in. They're texting me and coming around. Here we go. All right. As you come in, how many years you've been teaching? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. So I wanted to first share a reflection and say, give you your flowers because amazingly, you just dedicating your time and sacrificing your time and things that you could have been doing somewhere else that you're here with me. I appreciate that for choosing me for your continued education. But also, I want to say any amount of time that you're giving back to your community, any amount of time, and I call your students, your learners, your school, where you work, just your community, if you're not working, of beauty educators or just being in the beauty industry. And so, anytime that you are dedicated, a renewed passion and purpose daily, and you walk in that, I appreciate you. I do want to say that when it came to pandemic, I saw a lot of great educators retire. A lot of great educators retire. And it felt in my heart, I was happy for them, but I knew that we were losing something. And even with the younger educators that we have coming in, like I was taught with seasoned vets, you know? And so what not to do, how to do, and respectfully, I took all of the advice and then I added some of my own sauce and stuff like that to it. But it seems to be a gap somewhere And I noticed that when I travel, that we have a lot of younger ones, and then we have ones that have been working 20 plus years. But how do we get that wisdom embedded into the ones with 2 to 3 year mark? All right. And so where I'm going with this is saying we have to have a way that we connect the two. I'm not a person of reflecting of seniority. I believe you earned those stripes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You earned those stripes. However many years you have under your belt, they're yours. No one can take them away. Okay. But I am a person of continual progress. All right. And so, however many long those years, there has to be continued process that goes along with it. So, my acts here, we have a few 2 year, 4 year, 5 year, and then we have some 20 years, some 18 years, some 25, some 24, some 35 years. I want to ask, and I would usually do this in one of our live sessions, but I want to pair up a few, and let me do Mr. Hobson with Yolanda Ross. So Hobson and Ross. Let's just take a note. Hobson and Ross. Yolanda Ross. Let's do Carmelia Wallace with Miss LaShawn. I think I saw 24 years. Miss Stuckey. So Miss Stuckey with Wallace. Let me do Candace with Patricia Jones. And what else we got? Is it Shuri? I know you helped me with that pronunciation earlier.
Yes.
Awesome. Let me do you and is it Cynthia? Oh, let me do Bowers. So Shuri and Christian Bowers. And that's what we'll do right now. So now that we have those 4 teams together, okay, let's do 4 teams together. And I'm going to go and put this chat down. I guess a lot of planes are taking off right now. All right. So if we could do reflections, we just broke it up into 4 groups. We have someone who is from anywhere between 2 to 8 years, 2 to 10 years on the lesser end. And then we have individuals that really have a lot of years under their belts. If we would give reflection of the industry, or we can share something, I don't want, something from your heart or something you wish that that someone may have shared with you when you were young in the industry as far as years working. I want you to impart some wisdom, some reflections of all your years you've had to teach to your person. And so first up was Hobson and Ross. Hobson, you can give us your name and then tell us how many years, and then Ross, you can give us your name and tell us how many years. And I'm going to ask Mr. Hobson to give some wisdom to Miss Ross, who has been teaching less than 5 years. And so some things you wish that it would have shared with you. I'm going to release it. You can start whenever you get ready.
Hello.
Hey.
Do I have a good connection working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Marcus Hobson. I'm a master barber in Memphis, Tennessee, a master barber in Mississippi, and a master barber in Florida. Some things that I could share with the young lady, Miss Ross, is that her name?
Yes, Miss Ross, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Is
Yes.
it anything specifically that you curious about, or you just want me to just share something just off the top of my head?
Well, my name is Mrs. Ross. I've been teaching for about a year and a half. I've been licensed as a cosmetology for about 15 years. But I what would I want to know from? No, you can just share something off the top of your head, but I recently left for school and I'm transitioning right now. So I would like to know when you in a transition, like in your career from going to one school to another one, or just making a life decision on what you're gonna do next in your career. What would you think about that?
Okay. One thing that I would share with you, don't know your specific situation as far as why you leaving and uh, what are you looking for in the industry, but one thing that I would share with you, being that I got a barber background, I'm not too familiar with the cosmetology side 100%, but I do know that a lot of cosmetologists are getting into the barbering. So I would advise you to uh, tighten up on your barber skills a little bit and see can you incorporate that into your curriculum as far as teaching the students some clipper techniques uh, in between their cosmetology clients. Of course, a haircut doesn't take as long as it does when you're doing cosmetology work on a client. So I would advise you to tighten up on your skill set as far as the barbering part is concerned, so you can offer that skill set to your students. And as far as going into a new school, just make sure you read the school handbook thoroughly. Make sure that you following all their policies and rules, because every school has a different curriculum and a different policy. So you want to brush up on that a little bit to make sure that you following all the rules and regulations of that particular school that you're going to.
Thank you so much. Your advice was I received your advice and I thank you. And I'm also in Memphis. I mean, where I live in Olive Branch, but I work in Memphis, Tennessee as well.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Do you have Mississippi and Tennessee license?
I'm working on my Mississippi license now. I signed out for reciprocity already and all this, so I'm in the process of getting Mississippi license now.
Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Y'all, clap it up, clap it up. That was amazing. That just turned into something. That just turned into something. Make sure you guys, exchange some information if you want. Clap it up. That was amazing opportunity to get some wisdom. I took some notes. He gave y'all a forecast. He said a lot of cosmetologists are coming over to barbering, so get those skills up, tighten up. I really love that. Thank you, Mr. Hobson. And he also talked about learning about the school that you are going to, getting brushed up on the rules and regulations, the handbook. I absolutely love that. Great advice. Great advice. Y'all can also go to the chat if you have anything for Mrs. Ross. We're also going to go to the next one. Carmelia and Mrs. Stuckey. Okay. You can give us your name and how long you've been teaching. And of course, we're going to get the senior seasoned educator, Ms. Stuckey, to give Carmelia some words of wisdom or advice. Okay, so we're giving, this is our reflections. So Carmelia, you want to start?
All right, yes, ma'am. My name is Carmelia Wallace. My license is in Tennessee. I'm looking to transfer it over to Mississippi. They no longer do reciprocity. I forgot what the form is called, but nonetheless, with considering the years you have in the field, what is something you would have done differently?
Miss Stuckey, that's a good one. Miss Stuckey, where are you?
What I would have done differently.
Miss Stuckey, can you tell them how long you've been educator also?
24 years.
Awesome. Welcome, welcome.
What I would have done differently. In the beginning, I may have taken it more seriously because it was something that I chose because it was a quick fix and it became a whole ministry. So, different, I guess everything, all things work together. So, this is one advice I would give a young, new instructor. Don't become the student's friend. Become someone they can always respect. Come to an active question and keep it on a professional level.
I love that. I love that. That
May
is
I ask
awesome.
another question?
Yes.
Okay, are you actively working in the field or?
I am. I also work for NACIS as well. So I've been in the industry a while, but I've evolved as well as I work in the school system. I also travel and still do hair, makeup, and everything. And yeah, I work 40 hours a week in the school.
Okay, so with your 24 years in the field, how many of those years were spent instructing?
No, I've been in the field. 30, my oldest son is 36 years, 24 of instructing.
Wow, okay.
Mhm. I know I don't look like I'm that old, but yeah.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess that's all I have. I can't think of anything else.
I love that. I love that. Y'all clap it up. Miss Stuckey, you got anything else? Are you good?
I'm good. Thank
Thank you
you.
for showing up. Thank you for showing up. Guys, is this some good stuff?
Thank you for.
I'm sorry, Miss Wallace.
No, I was saying to her, it was a pleasure, and I thank her.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Awesome, awesome. Don't forget, we're connecting. So let's connect. Y'all can connect in the group, exchange some social medias and things like that. Stay connected. Here's a couple of things I got. She said, it started out maybe as a quick fix, but it is a ministry. Sometimes the Lord can really set us up, y'all. Okay. And so really and I think we work together, or we've been student teacher. We've done something together, Miss Stuckey. We've been around for a long time. So when you said 24, it made me think, okay, I'm not too far from that. Maybe a year or two, but it is always a joy to have some wisdom in the house. And she also talked about, what was that key thing, guys? Don't go in being their friend. And that's what I have to correct a lot about younger educators coming in or just new, is they choose I want to be everybody's friend route and maybe everybody like me, but it doesn't turn out well closer to the end. And so I want to always be a person that they respect and and professional. I love that. So kudos, kudos, kudos. Y'all can light the chat up agree, add on? What do you guys think? Of course, being that professional, bring it on to the end. Number 3, we have Miss Candace and Miss Patricia Jones. Can you come to the floor, Miss Candace and Miss Patricia Jones? Miss Candace, you can give us your name and how many years you've been teaching, and if you have a question. And then Miss Jones, if you can come to the floor, give us your name and how many years you've been teaching. And you guys, when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Well, good afternoon. My name is Candace Brazell, and I've been instructing for going on 2 years now, or right now 2 years. I've been licensed as a cosmetologist for about maybe 23 years. And what else you say at Taylor?
If you just have any questions, I'm gonna let Miss Patricia take the floor, and any wisdom that she has, we'll get started.
Okay, Miss Patricia, my question is, how do you structure your what's the word? How do you structure your theory and practical so that they can so that it can be structured and so that they can be interested and take it serious? How do you incorporate it to be, I guess, like more interesting or whatnot? If you understand what I'm saying.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying. And like you say, I've been teaching for 36 years. I've been a hairdresser for 50 more years, but I'm retired now. I work with the PSI doing the testing, but it's just amazing for me to see young people get into this business. And that's the reason why I keep on taking these courses so I can stay abreast. Although I might not be in the classroom, but I'm still part of young people when I'm testing. I like to see what they doing out there. And we all of us need to be a part of these children's lives. Okay, they might be a little flaky sometimes, but we were too when we were younger, and I keep on thinking about that. But to incorporate theories with the practical, you got to have a love for teaching and a love for children. So when you get off into the classroom and you see that you've been, maybe they're not paying attention, because I taught it in high school. So I had the 15 to 16-year-old that thought they were grown anyway when they came into the class. So I've always had to come in and when I looked at my class to see kind of what they were interested in or how they was doing, I made class be fun, not be so dull. In fact, I used to turn my lessons into letting that person that think they get so bored. Okay, what do you think? How you gonna teach this? What are you gonna do? What can you do for other people? So I turned the class around to make them example, to make them be a part of my teaching so they would think, okay, she's not as dumb as I thought she was. So it was always, it's always something that you can do with the children with theory and with practical. I used to have my seniors come in, open up a salon just in my classroom and teach on how they could do things, how you could be a part of helping, how I helped you along the way. Because we had kids for 3 and 4 years in the same program. So teaching them, like I say, it's rewarding to me. And I'm still a part of it. I might be older, but I still enjoy it. And I really have enjoyed your class. It's really been radiating for me to come back. And that's what I like to get out of a class, that I can walk away and say, wow, I'm not so dumb after all. I did learn something. So thank you so much. So far, it's been wonderful.
Amazing. Can we clap it up for Miss Jones?
All right. Thank you.
Let's clap it up for Miss Jones. Yes, flowers, flowers, flowers. If you got flower emojis, put them in the chat. Put them in the chat.
Thank you.
Awesome. Guys, look, that was amazing. That was amazing. So some of the takeaways, I saw somebody say passion and purpose. They gotta line up, but just to still be in the industry and say, hey, I want to be a part of it. You have encouraged me to not give up, to not just sit down, but they need us. You know, I don't care how attitudey they can be sometimes, they need us, right? And so I'm even encouraged by that and have a love for teaching. And she said, people. You need to like people, y'all. We gotta like people. Make it fun, turn it around. And you know what I love? You said make them a part of it.
Yes.
So I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. You got anything to add to Miss Candace? You said 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go to the chat, y'all. 2 years. If
Oh,
2 years. If you got anything else to add, someone new, something fresh. We got a couple of people. This is their first seminar. Let's take away. Let's share some IGs and things of that nature. I absolutely loved it. Loved it, loved it, loved it. All right. So we're getting ready to do our last one, and we're jump back in our last reflection. Bowers, can you come to the stage? Bowers and Shuri. I want to, can we come to the stage? I hate mispronouncing someone's name,
Oh
but
no, you got it. You
okay.
got it.
My apologies. Shuri, can you give us your name, just where you're from and how many years under your belt? And then we're going to ask Bowers if she can also come to the stage, and she's going to be the one giving some words of wisdom.
Okay. My name is Cherie Santos Pieve. I have been teaching in general for 34 years. I'm sorry, 35 years. Cosmetology, a little over 10. And what's really amazing, Miss Jones, you were actually a part of when I was doing my instructor's practical. You were there and you actually gave me words because you saw that I was really nervous, and you came to me. You said, "Baby, just it's gonna be all right. Just calm down. I see you nervous, but it's gonna be all right." So thank you, because I went in and I got it done on first try because of your mild, comforting disposition, and I so thank you for that.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, ma'am. That woman, I'm telling you, she calmed me down. Calmed me down.
Oh my goodness. That was amazing.
Yes.
Oh wow. That was
I was
amazing.
waiting to see her face. I was like, this cannot be. There is no way. There is no way.
Oh my goodness. All the things
Yeah.
that happens at
I'm sorry.
VELC.
Yeah, I'm sorry. She was there for both. She did my practical when I got my cosmetology and when I came back from my instructors. I misspoke. My apologies. Yes, ma'am.
That's
Yes,
amazing.
ma'am.
Awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Bowers.
Yes, ma'am.
How many years?
5.
5. Okay. So I had Bowers going over to Miss Cherie. Let's do you have anything that you would like to ask Miss Cherie, or is it anyone else that you would just pose a question? It's been 5 years and you have these veterans that are on today, and Miss Cherie has a total of 35.
Yes. So, um, one of the things that I'm finding that I'm struggling with lately is a lot younger than most educators, well, well seasoned. And I'm a lot older than most students, but very close to age to other students. Now, I don't give out my age, but with internet and all that, you can really find out a lot about a person, I guess. And I find that those that are closer to my age, it's I don't know if it's that there's a lack of respect, or if there's, I don't trust you because we're the same age. How do you know more than me? Or I don't really know what it is, but it takes a long time to gain a student's trust. And I know in general it does take time, but some are harder than others. So how would you, have you ever been in a situation like that?
I definitely have. And the advice that I can give you is when you step into your classroom, you step out in confidence because your age is a number, but that has nothing to do with your techniques and as far as your knowledge. So when you step in with confidence, it doesn't matter how old you are. It's about what you can bring to the table in your mastery. That is what's going to set you apart because they can see your name and you can actually, your age, and then you can actually become an inspiration in order for them to strive for or to rise above. So that's basically how I handled it because I had to experience that. And I stepped in my confidence. I was like, girl, you know your stuff. You passed first try. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go. Don't be in the backfield, be in the front field.
Thank you so much. I absolutely love that.
That was amazing. That was amazing. I had a some feedback from that. First of all, there was some great information. Keyword was confidence. Keyword was confidence. Bowers, as you were speaking, I literally have been there. Okay. I literally have been there. But I like what she said. It doesn't matter the age, and age is just a number, but your mastery. Okay. And really they need to look at you and find out how can I get where she is? Because evidently I'm behind. Okay. So I want you to feel very confident that, girl, you got it going on. You got it going on. And the more you know, the more that you grow. And so I want you to keep on going. I don't want you to, and I don't want you to just kind of brush off to the side, but I want you to keep going. All right. Here's the thing for me. I had to compartmentalize. I told you guys I started at 19 on a dare. So many individuals in that classroom, and many individuals in that classroom were really younger, older than me, and also I just graduated with them, just graduated high school with them, and so they're saying what? So what I had to do, I did hide my age for a long time, and that was just like the thing for them to find out Miss Cox's age, and I obviously look older than what I was, but at the same time, I knew my stuff. Guess what I had to do? I had to go before them. So if we were on, let's say we were taking the chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we was on chapter 1. I had to go at home at night and study to chapter 3. I had to study ahead of them. So I found that learning and knowing your stuff and being confident in front of the classroom, I had to do some compartmentalization, which leave a lot of stuff out and then come in as who they needed me to be. And I looked at my students without faces. So I could literally teach without really seeing people in front of me. I just knew I had a job that had to be done. Like today, it's a lot of y'all out there, but I'm teaching because I know that there's a job that has to be done. All right. And so just loading myself with information, it pushed me to learn more. And then the more you learn, the more you grow. And I have many individuals that may have same age, but when I tell you that confidence, they cannot kill the confidence. They cannot kill the confidence. I just hear that in the background. And I want to hear more confidence. Okay. So we're gonna stay connected. Is it okay, Miss Cherie, that you stay connected with Bowers?
Absolutely. Are we able to put our numbers in the chat, or do we need to find them on social media?
If you won, have your way.
Oh.
If you want, have your way. That's what we're about, y'all. I'm a gatherer of a community. Let's gather today. Drop your numbers, whatever you want. Hey guys, and also anyone else that has any advice for Bowers, put that in the chat. Sometimes we need mentors, all right? Sometimes we just need coaching just along the way. And so that's good. I wanted to have just that segment of reflections. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Just having that segment of reflections. Was that good? We can keep it. Somebody unmute for me. That was powerful.
Yes, it was. I loved it.
That was powerful. And thank you
I
guys.
say I say we stay a village and we just all be connected. That's what I say.
I love it. Stay a village. And y'all remember who said that? Who said that? Who just said that?
I'm not sure,
Cherie.
but second.
Cherie.
Okay.
Man, I told him he said.
Okay. The floor is open. Does someone have a comment?
I want to say something.
Go ahead. What's your name?
It's Konique Parker.
Hey, Parker.
Hi. So I am originally out of Texas, Houston, Texas. I transferred my license to Chattanooga, Tennessee when Texas was getting rid of their instructor's license. So I'm an instructor here in Tennessee and still have my cosmetology license in Texas. I've been a licensed cosmetologist for over 25 years. And what I loved about this segment you just did, I forgot the second teacher that went, an educator that went, but I love the fact I knew she was about business because she had her name and her license right behind her license number right behind it. I love this segment though. I thought it was very empowering. I too am in a different space because I've been an educator. I've owned my own salon in Texas, and I'm 50 years old. So picking up and moving to Tennessee was a transition for me. I work for a global brand as an educator for them, and I travel and I teach education as well. And I've had some great success in this industry. I've done reality TV shows, I've done commercial shoots, editorial, the whole nine. And now I'm on the other side of it, and I have worked in the schools before, just trying to figure out what my next spot is. But I love the education that has been provided on this platform today, and the connectivity that you've created with that segment. I love that.
We're going to keep it. I love that too. Y'all stay connected. Thank you. Thank you. You never know who you may need, and sometimes it's not in your present circle. So it's okay with just going out and we're just building community. What did she say? Stay a village. We're going to stay a village. So awesome and amazing. Let's proceed over to the next, see what we got going on, and we'll come back to the chat. But you guys are doing an amazing job in the chat. All right. We did work into our roll call, but look who we got here. It's our guy Joy. He says obstacles don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Don't quit. Figure out how to climb it and go through it or work around it. Y'all don't let a wall, a barrier, something in your classroom at work cause you to just drop it. Pick it back up, figure out how we can get this job done. All right. And so that's amazing. And that's one of the quotes we had. We're getting ready to go into how do you deliver and talk about some learning styles. And I want you to find where you fit in. Get in where you fit in when it comes to learning styles. Because remember, I told you I had to relearn how I learned, and how I learned at 18, 15, 18, 25, 40 differently. Okay? I learned differently. I found something new as the longer I'm here. And I think we're never stop learning. So it says, how do you deliver? We must become knowledgeable of a variety of learning profiles and models, as well as the use of multiple intelligence. Y'all, we see multiple intelligence all the time, but with BLC 2025, the spring edition, I want to do something different with multiple intelligence. We see that all the time, but I really want you to find yourself. Find one student as we get ready to go over these and how we can help that one student that has maybe an intelligence barrier. They have these things, we've identified how they learn, and someone mentioned and we'll learn that tomorrow when you talk about barriers in the classroom, just many individuals that are coming in on the spectrum. And so you cannot shun them away. We don't discriminate. We still have to teach them. And many of us, there are many adults who are undiagnosed as well. So sometimes your challenges that you're having in the classroom with certain individuals are not you. So don't take them personal. Don't take it personal, but it could be we are the first ones to tap into something that no one has taken the time to really sit down and have an evaluation about. I know for me, because I'm a theoretic person, first of all, then I'm into practical. For me, that's when I found out I had some students that did not know how to read well. Okay. And how do you get past high school and so much, they just stopped, their reading intelligence was at a lower grade. And how do you become adult and can't read? Well, there's many ways that happen, but no, it should have been caught. But when you just pass people along and you don't have notices of that and you ignore red flags, you're going to have them 29 sitting in a cosmetology classroom, and it's the first time someone has said you may need to go get an evaluation. And so that's real talk, and that happens to us. So, and I also want to make people, know that this is not for the weak. It's not something, we're not just hairdressers who are teaching. Literally, we can really hold as many degrees in our education, holds as much weight as anybody else. But at the same time, we have to identify those students who are having trouble in our classroom. And that's really, I specialize in a particular area. Is the one who sticks out at me is the one that's having the issues. How do we fix it? How do we build curriculum to give this person everything they need and the same as the ones who had no issues? It says we must offer our adult learners choices. This is also a reason why I don't touch their phone. This is also a reason why I give them a choice. Okay. And master a medley of delivery methods that make learning fun and inspire a love of learning in our students. So they have to fall in love with it as we have to fall in love with it. Let's look at some of these learning styles. Find yourself as we go. You have verbal, all right? You prefer using words. You're very wordy. You have students that are very wordy. They can talk. You're like, get to the meat of the bone. They can give a speech. They love to write. They're very wordy. These are verbal learners, okay? Verbal learners, you're going to have to give them some homework. You're going to have to eventually explain, because they love words. They want you to break it down. Give me a little more, or they're going to feel like they got cheated. Okay. And so you got verbal learners in your classroom. Logical, mathematical learners, we prefer using, and I said we, get the hint, prefer using logic, reasoning, and systems. Y'all, this is me. You got to break it down to me. You got to explain it to me. Can you explain it to me again? You give me some examples, all right? And systems, I love systems. All right. So I'm a logical mathematical learner. I also teach logically and mathematical with math, with numbers. And how do you know your students are mathematical learners? If they can count money real well. They don't do anything else, but they can count money real well. Okay. So mathematical learners, I teach state law through numbers. Okay. I'm waiting on somebody to say how. Put in the chat. How do you teach state law through numbers? We have a number tree. And I have a whole wall that I painted chalkboard. So my whole wall can be used for the classroom for notes. Okay. So from the bottom of the floor all the way up, the whole wall is black chalkboard. And on that wall, I just write, but the whole wall is a note board, a board full of notes. Okay. So we have this numbers tree. I just make a tree and I put different numbers, but all of the numbers have reference to state law. I may put number 300 on the board, number 16, number 750, number 1500. You get it? Okay. So what are we doing is I tell the student pick a number and I give the fact. Pick a number and we give the fact. All right. Also, we may have it as far as notes and sticky notes and things like that. But I teach that mathematical because I learn with numbers. If you can give me a test or a quiz and put the numbers out there or how many, I'm going to pass it. That's my special sauce. I teach with numbers and in reasoning, it got to make sense. It has to have a system. If not, I'm going to be a little lost. Give me a few seconds to get myself together and then I'm going to come back in. But I like to teach with numbers. I'm logical. That's just me. All right. I'm sure some of you guys may be out there doing the same thing. Let's go over to the chat. And we had 26 new. Yes. A picture of my wall. Yeah, let me find. I do have a picture. I'm gonna find a picture of the wall and bring it back when we come back from break. But yeah, I got pictures of the wall. Miss Candace, you remember the wall? You remember the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
We just got back into the building this week, but I plan on putting a lot more up on my wall. But that's how I learn, and I'm a notes person. So colorful chalk, everything goes on the wall. Even sanitation, they have to go to the wall and mark it off. Everything goes to the wall. Okay.
Miss Cox, we gotta start back putting a word of wisdom on the wall again.
Yes, words of wisdom on the wall. We put everything and really the word wall. I was at the school the other day and I noticed we had 2 or 3 on the word wall, but we need to put some fresh. When the students leave, they can leave words of wisdom for the group that's behind me. And also as an icebreaker, I would give the students opportunity to do the motivation and put the words of wisdom on the wall, or we call it word wall. If you're feeling sucky, it's not your day. Don't come in here with an attitude. I'm not picking that up. You need to go get you a word and go take you a break. Okay. And that's simply, and we have a good time about it. It was like, what? I don't like you. You got this funky little energy. Go get your word, go meditate, and go get you a juice or water or something. We have free snacks. So go take you a moment, come back in and give us what we deserve. And it always works. We defer confrontation. You know, if confrontation does not make class fun, so we do everything we can to push that out the way and to bring the best out of every student. And so, yeah, the word wall. Look, let's jump back on that next week when we come back in the building. So yes, awesome. Yes, let's see what we got. All right, y'all got some call me after class. Great, 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 great. Okay, so y'all said how? Yeah, so I'm gonna put the word wall up, and I definitely have pictures, and I actually may have a picture of the state law, the tree. I just draw a tree, and I think I'm artistic, so I think I got a little, drawing gift, and then I put the numbers up there, and that's a good way for them to do quizzes. And they may do them on different color index cards, all kind of good stuff. Yeah. and the word wall. And y'all, when I tell you the word wall is big, it's huge. It's the size of a wall. And that's their place. Okay, that's their place. Let's look at bodily kinesthetic. You prefer using your body, your hands, and sense of touch. This is where I want you to connect this learning style to your students who are always touching something and on the phone. You think they're not paying attention, but they are. Go to Amazon, order the squeeze balls, order anything that they would use at daycare and put it on the table, little toys or building blocks. And you would say, Miss Cox, why would you bring daycare little fix-its and logo and little blocks, not so much blocks, but things you have to connect together? Why would you sit that on a table with your adult learners? Because of this. Our students are bodily kinesthetic. Sometimes you gotta find students, and I see this in some male students as well. They need something in their hand. They're listening to you. They can tell you everything you're talking about. But to keep them interested, they have to have something in their hands. So you put that on the table. If they have their phone in their hands, have what alternative? You take the phone, what else are you putting in their hands? Fans, balls, have those stress balls out. Put something in their hands, especially if you're giving them a reading assignment and they're learning. It's just keeping them focused. It's just keeping them focused, okay? This person may be a sensory person as well. So colors, things that have different textures, all of this, you may say, oh my God, I've never thought about this, but y'all, it works. Okay, it absolutely works. Then you have your visual learners. They prefer using pictures, images, and spatial understanding, which means they can piece it all together just by visually looking at it. All right. I had a student, she was amazing, 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 really showed out in the classroom, but test taking time, she did not do well test taking time. Notice what's going on. Why do you do so well here, but you don't do well in test taking time? This is when I found out that this student had a hard time understanding words. This is where I found out that to her, her words jumped. So it's not that, and she would make bad grades on the test. She knew the information, but when she looked at it, it would jump. That became a barrier for her in the classroom. She almost quit, okay? Because she did not understand what was going on. When I took the procedure and created these little mini quizzes and made a copy of the pages, you know how they're in blocks, cut it out, and like playing cards, gave her the pictures and said, put it in place, what goes first and what goes next. And then I want you to, let's come in on each one. Aced it. She could put together pictures. She knew what goes first, second, third, so on and so on. But guys, she was having a hard time seeing the words, just putting the words together. And I told her, you're going to have a problem on the test if you don't go get evaluated. And so this is also a time that a lot of my students discover that they've had some type of learning something since whatever, and no one ever said anything. And it really helps them as they prepare to test. All right. So we just had a young lady who is on the spectrum of autism, but one of my greatest success stories, when she texted and said she passed her theory exam, I'm floored. I'm floored. And I use that as a motivation. If she can pass, oh my, oh my, oh my, the things that you can do. And even this particular student I'm talking about that could not see or understand, interpret the words, she's still in the industry, licensed manicurist in the industry to this day. And it's been over 15 years, I know, with her. And so once she made the connection, she could start now building upon it to do better. And you have those students that are visual. You're not going to be able to just stand there and teach. And lecture, you're going to have to add some color. You're going to have to add something that moves. Remember, if your class is of 80, 75% Gen Z, we need pictures, we need video, we need something with technology because that's their world. All right. So we got to add. What are some things? Go into the chat. We got a visual student. What are some things you're already doing? You know what they need. Visual students, visual learners, go into the chat. What are you incorporating? Just say the lesson is haircuts. What are we adding to our lesson to make this student say, hey, that was the best class ever? What are we adding? Use colors. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. She said, I had a deaf student, autistic student. Both of them are successfully working in the field. Amazing. Diagrams, demos. Yes. Mannequins. Yes. Yes, you guys are amazing. Take pictures of the chat. Take pictures of the chat step by step. Yes. Videos, different cuts. Pull up some YouTube, some Google, and get good images. Yes. And that's all about your game plan. Just part of your strategy, getting them over to the other side. And it's okay to do a little bit more. All right. Planes of the head. Yes, for hair cutting. Movement in motion. I love it. Pictures of cuts, videos. You guys are amazing. Vision board, hands-on. Yes. PowerPoints. You got to give it to them however you got to get it. You just got to have that attitude. And I need this student never to say what. I need this student never to say, I didn't learn anything. Okay. Then you have musical students, auditory. They love the sound of music. They prefer having music in the background. They may also, you may hear the term rhythm learner. Okay. They, a little jazz, a little whatever. Yes, my student may say, oh, you may have a little Gorilla, you may have a little George Strait, we may have a little Bon Jovi, but guess what? At the end of the day, that music brings everybody together. You can give the rule of what kind of music, okay? But let them make the decision. But as an educator, just have something in the background, okay? And you may say, how are you studying with all them earphones on? Believe me, the studying with the music is calming them down so they can really retrieve information. And so you have rhythm learners. And when I say rhythm learners, let's just go back, take your procedures, put it in a game, a chat, a cheer, any kind of rhyme. You have them remember that for the rest of their lives. Interpersonal. These students refer to learn in groups or with other people. These are amazing. And y'all, my Gen Zs love to be in groups. They love to be in groups. I'm super excited about always putting them in groups because I don't hold weight just on one person. And sometimes they lean over on each other and depend on each other to make it happen. They like to be grouped up anyway. So I'm going to put them in groups and they love it. But you may have students also. So group assignments and activities can be done in the class. And even I give them assignments to do in Canva. We'll learn about that in the digital classroom as well. Well, you got the group, but then there's one that has to do the presentation. And so it's something that they can learn from. Intrapersonal, you have this individual. I like working alone. I really don't like working in groups. Maybe a second professional, second career for somebody. They just got a lot. Look, I'm okay with that. Okay, I respect how they learn, and I will also give them the same assignment, if not make sure they're comfortable. So they have this self-study time. What I found with my student that is intrapersonal, she really values time, her self-study. She values having time to herself in the class to study on her own without a lot of noise. So we may have to reduce the noise in preparation for an exam, because I do have one that doesn't like to study in a group. She likes to study over off to herself, and I want her to be okay, and I want her to be prepared like everyone else. So I'm gonna tell them, hey, bring it down, and your group noise should not leave your group. And so sometimes we have one, but I do have one that loves to study alone, and she just does not do well with so many individuals. Not that she doesn't get along, but she likes to be, she knows her own pace, and I'm okay with that. A naturalistic, someone who is great at categorizing. They can organize well, they can catalog, they like the outdoors, their feet grounded, feet, toes in the grass. They're always looking at leaves. They like sitting under the tree. Just an outdoorsy person. How do you take hair cutting and incorporate it with this particular learning style? Let me hear from the guys. Let me get two of the guys. How do you take barber cutting and incorporate it with someone that just loves the outside? What would you do? If you had some naturalistic barber students and you got to teach hair cutting, but I need to incorporate how they learn, how will we incorporate that? My guys, you want to open up? Are y'all going to the chat, or are you going to come off mute? Okay, I got somebody in the shop. Shop visits, they board makes this through. Yeah, I talk about natural products. Amazing. Bring them together. Bring them together. It starts, then you start to talk about ingredients. Also, can we take them outside for practice cutting on the tripod? Circle them around the back. Can we do the shave? Can we do something? Can we take a walk after lunch and quiz about cutting? There's so many different ways that we can tap into this particular learning style. Thank you guys for chiming in. I appreciate you. All right, let's look at our quote. We're going to prepare to take a break. It is 2:35, 2:36 Central Standard Time. We're going to take a 15. Let's look at this. Larry Bird, one of my favorite basketball stars. Y'all take a break, and we're going to come back in 15 minutes, and we're going to do this quote. All right? We're going to do a takeaway or two from this quote. It's break time, my loves. So see you in 15. I'm cutting audio. 15 minutes. Set your timers. All right, we're back. You guys know what to do. There you go. It's the roll call. This somebody's theme song. Nipsey Hustle, Hustle and Motivate. If this your theme song, go on, take the floor.
That's me.
Go ahead, Miss Parker. I love it. 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 Y'all are really putting me on some music. You know that went to the playlist, right? It went to my personal playlist as well.
As it should.
As it should. It is the roll call, ladies and gentlemen. Jump in, jump in. Let's build our momentum. We have another section we get ready to go into, but we're also going to get ready to close out. As you came in, you probably saw the survey link in the chat. Hit the survey for me, please. You got until the end of class to do that, y'all. You want to get credit for the day? Make sure you complete it. All right? Make sure you complete it. I'm getting you guys links in, your responses in now. Remember, if you need an email to you, we'll do that at the end of the class. Great. Make sure your license number or license numbers are in there. I need to know which one is cause and which one is barbering. This is amazing, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Parker, that's some ride music. I ain't gonna tell you no story. That's some ride music. I love it. Yeah, so you guys need, let me hit the link once again. There he goes. And you know, it'll feed down, it'll feed up the more that you guys come in. So I'll put it back, I'll update it in a few moments as well. Let's prepare to share. We can get back to it, babe. Got some people coming back in. Come on back in. Come on back into the room. Hey guys, look, it's the roll call. Let's put our name in the chat along with our number. Got somebody on the other side that's really taking note. Got to see that you're here, present and accounted for. Let's go. Also, you'll see the link to the survey. It's in the chat.
What's the training number?
What are you looking at? Submission date?
No, it says training class number and
just the class. BELC.
BELC.
2025.
Oh, okay. BELC. Okay, training class.
Good job. Thank you, guys. All right, as we begin to move forward, man, did you guys see yourselves in those learning styles? That summary of learning styles, were you able to see yourselves or pinpoint some definite students or even some family members as far as learning styles? Okay. The goal was, I hope you do. All right. Because we have to know how we learn in order for us to teach and just be effective. Okay. We got to have that extra form of consideration. It just builds as something that continues to build inside of us. Let's look at Larry Bird, one of his quotes. It says, a winner is someone who recognizes his God-given talents, works his tail off to develop them into skills, and uses these skills to accomplish his goals. Period. All right? You're already a winner because you have these talents, God-given talents. And then you're going to pick that out and you're going to work on it. You're going to develop and hone your skills, and you're going to use those skills to accomplish your goals. I absolutely love it. Go to the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you're like, yeah, I get it. Mr. Larry Bird, put a 1 in the chat if you get it. Remember, the chat says we're human. The chat is also not, you won't be able to see the chat on the live stream. Okay, there you go. 1 and 1. I see a lot of 1s. There you go. One of the greatest players of all times, Mr. Larry Bird. I love it. Okay, guys, so we're looking at the 4 types of learning styles. And just to close out our last session, every lesson should include at least 4 learning styles. That means as you're teaching or you're building your lesson, and this is just like building your lesson, you want to be able to grasp a hold to the students, the learners who are in your classroom. Now, you may say, I created a bomb. You may say, I created an absolute bomb lesson. I did that. We didn't do anything if they walked away and didn't learn anything. The lesson was probably amazing, great performance, but the goal is to make sure that we touch every learner. All right. So we got to make sure that those amazing lessons are equipped, of course, with the information that has to go forth, but it needs to touch the visual students. It needs to touch the auditory students, the students that need rhythm. It needs to touch and satisfy the logic student, the mathematical student that love notes, they love systems. You have to break it down. And it needs to also help with our visual and our kinesthetic students that need touch, they need movement. Okay, they don't respond to you just standing there. They need movement. So you may see them get up, walk around. Is it okay if they stand? I don't have a problem with them standing, but it's your classroom. Okay, so some things you have to walk it out. You have to walk through, get with your team, and really say, are we, and probably you'll notice this in evaluations, are we utilizing at least 4 of these learning styles in every lesson? Because we don't want the student to walk away and say, what? We don't want them to walk away.
I didn't learn anything.
Exactly, I didn't learn anything. And it could be you taught, but you didn't tap into the way that they learn. So that student will walk away and say, I ain't learned anything today. All right, you may say, Ms. Cox, this is a lot. Look, we signed up for it. It's purpose, it's passion. It's not a lot. You can do it. You're made for it. You're made for it. You're going to be an awesome and amazing educator. And I don't care if you got 25, 35 years, we still got a ways to go. We have a long way to go. Let's begin and look at the next slide. And these are our objectives. Consider the 4 important steps in learning in each key lesson. We need to determine the student's learning style and teach to them. These are our personal takeaways. Consider the 4 important steps in learning in each lesson. So I need to make sure that we got some rhythm. I need some sound. They need to be able to see something. I need to be able to explain it. And I need to be able for them to understand it in their style. Okay. We need to determine the student's learning style and teach to them. All right. And so it's not about my class, my class, my class. It's all about you. It is about you, but who is paying for the tuition? Who is investing? Who is sacrificing their life, family time to be there to learn? So it's about them. Okay. Incorporate a variety of delivery methods into every class session. So as you continue to do this, you hone your craft of teaching and you build experiences for students. As you build experiences, those things will never ever go away. They'll always remember those experiences. Okay. And so we just have to look at classroom just a little different. So this lesson that we're jumping into now is called Help, That's Not My Strength. The huddle. Help, That's Not My Strength. And so I need you guys to get back in the chat because you're human. And in the chat, oh, give me that one subject. We're all family that you hate to see coming. Give me that one subject. You're like, man, I'll teach it, but it ain't my strength. Let's be realistic with ourselves. Let's be transparent. That one subject, I guess I'll teach it. Give me that one subject that you're like, man, here we go again. Nails came around too soon. Nails, anatomy. It came around too soon. Permanent wave, nails, anatomy. Nails was a top one in November. Chemical waves, okay. Anatomy. Relaxers, ooh. I get it. Nails. All right. Help, that's not my strength. If I have to, I will. Okay. But it's not my strength. Remember, I told you guys that I had to be ahead of my class because of my age. I needed them to understand that I knew what I was talking about, that I was, for me personally qualified to teach. I've always been a reader. I've been doing hair and studying beauty since 14 years old. So by the time I'm 19, of course, I know a little bit more of what um, they knew. But I've always been a person to read and study and just want to go to the next level. And so I would study 1 to 2 chapters ahead just to make sure that I was, I knew my stuff. But guess what? I did that for years and I still randomly study stuff. I would say, well, I'm really good at this. I want to now focus on skincare for about 6 months. And that'll just be my personal homework. No one would give me that. And so, oh, I'm good here. So I'm gonna focus on hair coloring for a little bit. I'm gonna go back over here. So I would dissect those weaknesses until they become strengths or I'm strong enough to teach them, and at the end of that lesson be woohoo. Okay. But remember, you're always going to see it again. So Help, That's Not My Strength is a class that was formulated to help those educators that have issues with certain subjects, but they're just not confident and really don't want the light shined on them. Because as a licensed educator, some people think, well, you know everything, you know the whole book. No, we don't. We're really good in a lot of chapters. We're really good in a lot of things, but there are some things we don't want to teach. And I have that, but guess what? I teach it, but I still have like not my favorites. Not my favorite. Okay. So we have to do first a self-evaluation. We have to identify the weakness. Y'all, we cannot move forward as a team until we identify what we don't like. Already I've seen nails, a moment of silence for nails, and I've seen anatomy and physiology. Okay. And anatomy and physiology turned out to be one of the ones that I didn't like, but I grew to like. All right. Because of how I learned I had to think it has to be somebody out there that learns to sing. And so, based on how I learned with numbers, that's what I started to do. So, I learned the bones and muscles of the face, the skull, and I learned numbers from two at a time, two at a time. Also, creating stories, finding other resources, looking at different pictures, and actually, I used to love watching Grey's Anatomy, you know, or having that as an episode that they may have been talking about something related to cosmetology when it comes to a bone, and I would bring a reference or something in. But so many things that I had to create, I just had to find a creative way to teach it because otherwise I was going to bore my own self. Okay. And so you'll find that now this lesson, we're going to drop some gems about different things that you can use to teach those courses that may not be your strength. But I want you to be okay with saying, help. I need help with that. Okay. Because that's what the team does. The teams make sure that everybody's equipped, and whatever someone has a specialty in, remember those specialties we talked about? Well, those specialties are there for a reason to help fill gaps. Okay. So self-evaluation, we gotta know first. And then identifying the weakness. You cannot grow until you deal with it. All right. Once we've identified what the weaknesses are, let's prepare and get some training. My videos, whatever, bring somebody in. We're going to get the training we need to make sure we can go to the next level. And we can't go until we address the elephant in the room. Let's look at the team activity. We're going to do a breakout room. We're going to list 5 creative concepts to support the lesson. So we're going to get creative. We're going to have 6 breakout rooms. And this is going to be our first breakout. We're going to see how well it goes. I really like a smooth transition. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to do about 6 breakout rooms. You guys will break up into groups of 6. In the breakout room, I need you to choose a speaker. Okay? I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes in the breakout room. Choose a speaker. All right. That speaker is going to come back and represent the group. You also need a name for the group. All right. You need the name for the group. Now,
Miss Cox.
Yes.
I guess the storms are keep kicking me out of the Zoom. So can you keep an eye on it when we go into our breakouts to see if anybody's getting kicked out? Because I keep getting kicked out. I'm coming back in, but I keep getting kicked out.
Yeah. Long as you come back in, I get you. But I keep an eye on it, okay?
All right. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. All right. So let's look at nails, A&P. I also saw hairstyling. I saw relaxers. What else was in the chat? Anybody else remember what was in the chat? As far as help, that's not my strength. Are you guys in Memphis?
Permanent wave.
Coming in Memphis?
Permanent wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Permanent wave. Got it.
I think the other one was barber. I think that's what they were trying to put in.
Okay.
Barber. But they put BARBA, but I think it was barber, I believe.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So here's some subjects. I want, before you go over to the group, these are the subjects. Barber cutting.
It's just a lot of stories in that cup.
Permanent wave. hairstyling.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What I meant to say, barba is well, it's supposed to be Latin, but it's in Spanish also. That means beards. And when I became an instructor in the state of Tennessee, they give you 5 options, but you don't know what they are. They just kind of like pick it out. I have a hat, and I had to do the beard lesson, of course, to an empty classroom, and it felt awkward just teaching to the chairs. But that's why I used the term barba, because it was for the beard, and that's I guess the original name.
Yeah, the barber hair, beard hair.
Yes.
Got it.
My
got
apologies,
it.
and I just put that in there, but I thought there was a couple other barbers in the chat, so I figured somebody was gonna relate.
Good. No, we don't want to leave our barbers out. That was good. That was. I hope y'all choose that. Okay, that was good. That was good. Yes, beards. All right, guys. So we got nails. We got beards. I said relaxing. Let me see if I can go to that. Relaxers. All right. So we have beards, permanent waving, hairstyling, relaxing, nails, and A&P. Pick one. Please pick one that a majority of the team is going to need assistance with. And you'll say, Ms. Cox, what's the rules? List 5 creative concepts to support the lesson. Yes, we know Milady and Pivot Point has a lesson plan, but 5 things to support the lesson to get the point across. All right. A&P, anatomy and physiology. Yes.
Are you assigning us to the breakout rooms, or are we just
I am in a minute. Yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Thank you.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you. I see some people got color on there as well. Colors on there as well. So let's go into our breakout. Remember, I'm looking for a smooth transition. If it's not a smooth transition, I know to continue to move forward as I've been doing. I don't want to break your learning plan. So let's move into these breakout rooms. We have about 6 breakout rooms. Gonna split about 59 people up. And there you go. You guys got about 5 minutes, okay? Have fun. When you see it, jump in. You need a name and a speaker.
Okay, my apologies. It just asked me to join. I'm in Florida right now, and the heat is making the tablet overheat, so it keeps on shutting off, and I'm having to
Okay.
come and log in constantly.
Let it cool off for a minute and come back in about 15, okay? Yeah, you're okay. What's the temp down there? Oh, you guys are good. They're in there.
Yeah, I'm out here, and it's stupid hot. I can't even explain it. I'm sweating every little weight that I gain. But yeah, out here, yeah, with the sun beaming on it. It's not even beaming on it, and I'm just driving, still participating. But you can't be on the phone. They'll give you a nice little hefty fine. And if you don't have a wireless Bluetooth or in the car, then you basically SOL out here. They're not playing. But yeah, let me get it out the sun, and I'll participate a little bit more.
Okay, I got you. I got you. And so, yeah, we want it to cool down. Make sure you don't get overheated as well. But let's come back in about 5 minutes, okay? All is well. All right. Hey, remember everyone, I hope you're getting settled into your groups. You need to have a speaker, and you also need to make sure that you have a group name, okay? A speaker and a group name. 2 minutes. Just thought I'd give you an extra minute. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. Great job, everybody. Great job, great job, great job. Welcome back. I heard y'all was sharing some amazing things, some amazing tips. In the chat, put your speaker of your group. Who did you guys choose? The speaker of your group. Put them in the chat.
Oh, here we go.
We got Thomas.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Who else do we have?
Brittany.
Oh, in my group? Oh, just as guest speakers or?
Yeah, I'm just looking in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Great, great, great. Go, Brittany. Go, LaShawn. Who was room 5? Three and room 1. We had 6 groups. Brittany, room 3. Great, great. Room 1 and room 5. Where you at? Show some sign. Where you at? Room 1 and room 5. Okay, room 1 was Monica. Room 5, who do we have? James, okay. He said, I guess. James, you're a champ. You're a champ. All right. I'm going to pause this for a minute. Okay, who was 5, Monica or James? Okay, we'll use Monica. And then who was room 1?
I don't know which room we were in though.
They say you were in room 6.
We're in 6. Okay.
Okay, awesome. All right, just trying to get some organization together. Okay. All right, we are here. I'm gonna mix up with a couple of people, but so far I have James, LaShawn, Brittany, Cherie, and Monica. All right, so we'll flow with that. For missing a team, you guys just let me know. What I would like, just looking at the comments again. Okay, great, great, great. What I would like, you had a team activity. Actually, you guys transitioned well. So it's going to work out good tomorrow. You had a team activity. We went over to our breakout rooms, and you had to list 5 creative concepts to teach to support the lesson. All right. So I'm going to call on the speaker. Just tell me what lesson did you guys choose to support and some of your ideas. Let's start with Mr. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So my amazing group, Miss Patricia Clayton, she came up with this name of ours. She said we have 9 people and we have 9 metacarpals. So we are the amazing metacarpals. That's our group name. So that's who we are.
Awesome.
Yes, we all thought that was amazing when she brought that up. So yeah, so we have 5 points. One of those is if anybody has ever heard of we had anatomy and physiology. And so one of the things that we brought up was the Bodies in Motion exhibit. For those that have heard of that, for those that have not, it's basically a museum or a showcase of, they take a human body. They even have like some animals, but they take human bodies that have, and they've basically restructured them, and you can see the muscles, you can see the bones. They have some displays of the arteries and veins. And so for us to help teach anatomy and physiology, we would go ahead and we would take field trips to there and allow our students to, partake, and we would teach. So that would help out a lot.
Wow.
Another thing we would do is we would, and a lot of our activities have to do with groups, since we are talking about the new age student, and just that whole thing. One of those is we would put our students into different groups and we would have them create a song. We would give each group a system. They would have to create a song based off of that system. And from there, go ahead, since they are all into technology and TikTok, we would allow them to create a TikTok based off of their song. And then we would choose a winner of the TikTok. Okay, so that would be the second thing that we would do. The third thing, we were just saying like some peer learning, just allowing them to get into groups and discuss difficult things like we did this morning, where we were talking about things that are, difficult and how you can overcome them. So, the students could have some individual learning time, but then from there, let's just have some group discussions and, kind of help each other on what is difficult for one to learn over another. We also did, to kind of break it up and create something new. We would put all of either the systems or all of the bones or mixture of both into a giant bowl. We would have our students reach into the bowl and grab one of the sheets of paper. That way it's completely random and completely fair, and it's a 100% surprise. And they would create a poster. You would have a poster based off of the body part, or the body part that you pulled out of the bowl. And at the end, after everyone has created said posters, we would all put them together to create one big body, to show how everything gets put together. And then our fifth thing is just a big group project where we would have, again, all of the different, we would have our students just breaking up, just other parts of basically the textbook, and just allow them to not necessarily do a full PowerPoint, but, explain certain sections, maybe small sections out of the book. That does allow them to explain it in their own words. And, us as the teachers, we're facilitating that to make sure that it is making sense. And, we would just create that, as the big group project, or looking at my notes here, allow them to do 3D visuals, like when you're doing the like the beauty or barbershop management, where we allow them to create 3D visuals of their dream salon or shop. We would allow our students to, whatever body part that you receive or system that you have, you would be able to create a 3D model. And that is what the almighty metacarpals came up with collectively.
Amazing. Good job, guys. Give them some claps in the chat. Some claps in the chat. Great job, speaker.
Great job, metacarpals.
Great job, metacarpals. Good job. Good job. That was good. I also want, we're building a community. This is very informative. If you hear your speaker, y'all can, put some notes in the chat to help them out. If somebody wants to go back to the chat and pull some things, but I heard some really, really great ideas. And I'm actively in the classroom. So some great creativity. I'm definitely loving the 3D project of the systems or the body part. So I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, who's next in the group?
Hi, we're the Mississippi River Rangers.
What?
Did you hear me? Because we're from Mississippi and Memphis. So it's Mississippi River Rangers.
I love the creativity. River Rangers. I love it. All right.
We also did anatomy physiology. Some of the concepts that we took, one of my favorite games is the operation game when I'm teaching anatomy and physiology, because the students have to know the definition in order to pull out a body part. So that means they have to go home on their own and study, right?
Right.
We also do Pictionary. Then someone else said Jeopardy. I love Jeopardy because that's a money game, right? That's a money game. We do, one of our instructors said use the chat GPT to help us with the body parts as far as the learning system, just to help us go a little further into it.
I love it.
And then singing, because singing always, everybody remembers Hannah Montana that did the song about the clavicle. So every group that I have, somebody remembers the Hannah Montana song and they never forget it. So singing is always an intricate part of learning. That's our musical.
Yes.
Style.
Oh,
Now,
wow. Good
me
job.
personally, I think SEMA is amazing. I wish SEMA was around when I was in school because it hits every learning style. So, and that's what we did for the Mississippi River Rangers.
Mississippi River Rangers. Let's say that 6 times, okay? But good job, guys. Some great takeaways. I mean, amazing. I love the games and that chat GPT. You know, you're bringing AI into it. So good. And of course, sound. I love it. All right. Who's next?
I believe that we are group number 3. Our group name was the Glam Room, and our subject was anatomy. We had down build the structure of the muscular system, and kind of what I visualized with that was like cutting out pictures, laminating them, and then posting that to the body. And kind of building it up. Diagrams, songs, crossword puzzles to help retain definitions, Kahoots, and a game with a buzzer similar to like Family Feud.
Love it. I love it. I love it. And all of this to support something that isn't your strength. So, can you imagine something you are strong in? How amazing that support is going to be? I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, good job. Y'all give the Glam Room a round of applause. Good job, team. Good job, team. And who we have next? Who's next?
Group 1, we'll jump on in here.
Okay.
Group number 4. I mean, room 4.
Okay, go ahead, room 4.
Okay. And we chose A and P, and our group name is Continuing Education Beauties. Yes. So I thought that was quite.
EEB. Okay.
Yes. Yes, honey. Yes. Yes. So we came up with a scavenger hunt. You have the student to choose whichever body part or that section, and then they have to go throughout and find it on the scavenger hunt. Another one was doing a diagram assembly, and alongside with it, music association. So whether it's in singing, the clapping, coinciding with the connecting of one part to another part, or just having the music playing in the background. I like to use classical because classical actually has shown that it stimulates and helps your students to retain more than a more upbeat, faster tempo. That's scientifically. Another thing was 4D, because I'm not trying to date myself, but back when I went to school and we did A&P, we did a 4D, which you completely disassembled the Skeletor. And then after you took everything loose, it was just all sitting in pieces. And then you had to go back and then reassemble it. And I really wish they would bring that back because that was, oh my goodness, to actually have your hand on it, to see it, feel it, that was, it's hard to describe how well that worked, especially for me because I'm more of a kinetic. The other thing we came up with is using color association for those who are more of the visual in the connecting. And the way you would do that is you actually have whatever section it is, but on the back of it, you have the name, you have a brief description, and then you have color. So when you see it, you can see the color, and then those colors all connect. But how they connect is a different thing.
I love it. Your eyes would draw to those. easily.
Yes,
We
yes.
figured it
So
out.
absolutely. So when you have that color association to the different parts, it just seems to make it a little bit easier as well.
Awesome.
Yes.
Knock it out the park, then. Knock it out the park. Come on. Continuing education beauties. CEB in the house. Y'all give it up for them. Give it up. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Who's next in this line of amazing educators?
Okay, so this is group one,
All right.
and we are the hair colorists. We just simply our names is who we are and what we specialize in. And so we had a combination of barbers and cosmetologists, of course, and we discussed
Hold on,
five
hold on. One more.
activities.
You say you're the hair cutters or hair colors?
Colorist,
Oh,
the hair
yeah.
colorist.
I love it.
All right,
Friend?
so our name states who we are and where we specialize.
Okay.
Okay, so our content areas where we will focus on mostly five activities. The first activity would be very essential to understanding the color wheel, and so we would have our students create the color wheel, which helps them identify how the colors are combined and the colors they create, primary, secondary, tertiary colors. And then we will move on to understanding hair, how important a hair analysis is in determining color levels before we start color applications to decide which direction we need to go to as far as volumes, if we're doing the not semis, but permanents and demis and understanding what semis are, semi-permanent colors are. Our third activity would be creating scenarios. So if we have a level 2 in front of us versus a level 4, and we're trying to get to a level 8, allowing students to determine what colors and what developers, whether it's a 20 volume, 30, 40, that they need to reach that level. Also, having them to practice strand testing and doing a cache test. So the more interactive activities with colors will be essential for them to be able to really lock in and understand how important color application is. The last thing we do, now we're ready to we're moving forward as color specialists. What materials are needed because students need to understand what all they need, all the components that go into being able to accomplish and achieve what it is you're trying to. So students will list out the materials they need from the haircuts, combs, gloves, protective cream, and those sort of things. And one other thing we did add, students will have to determine the difference between version applications, specific differences between version applications and retouch applications. And so I think I hit on about 5 or 6 points and hope it was clear. That's group one. Group one, clap it up, clap it up.
Yeah. The hair colorist, y'all give it up for them, the hair colorist. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I definitely like that because even sometimes the students could be lost in the sauce with color sometimes. And so having those supportive things just you keep reiterating some of the most important things. So I love it. And we can never have too many activities or too many things to support a lesson. So I love it. Absolutely, absolutely. We got one more. Do we have one more? Good job, everybody. And you're getting your flowers, Monica. You're getting your flowers. So
Oh, thank you.
it's amazing. Do we have one more? There's one last group, guys. Then we have 6, right? We got a group not participating. Do we have 6?
I'm sneaking up on you. I ain't sneaking up on you.
Okay, we had 6. I got the amazing metacarpals. Mississippi River Rangers, the Glam Room, the continuing,
That's the one and only amazing metacarpals.
the one and only.
Amazing metacarpals.
Yes, I remember to address that tomorrow. The one and only amazing metacarpals. Can you come to the front, please? The Mississippi River Rangers, the Glam Room, the CEB Continuing Education Beauties, and the Hair Colorist. Is that all we have? Is that all we have? Hold on one moment.
Someone just typed the all stars.
All stars.
The all stars haven't gone yet.
All right, come on, all stars. That's the last group I'm looking for. I'm ready for you, all stars. All stars.
I guess Monica was the speaker.
Okay.
That's what was placed by James. So I don't know where Monica is. So
I was in group 1. This is Monica. I was in group 1.
Oh, all right, James. You were in the wrong group, I guess, sir.
Who's representing? Who was in the group with the all stars? Anyone could say anything. Who's in the group with the all?
I was. I believe our topic was anatomy and physiology. That's what I'm knowing so far.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, I don't know what we were.
Okay.
What I was supposed to say, that we didn't go over that because I didn't think I was supposed to be the speaker. So that's where the mix-up was at.
Oh wow. So okay. Okay, we got to keep it going. Just making sure we have effect. When we go back into the breakout rooms, we have effective communication. First thing first, always who's the speaker. So we know who sets that out. And everyone else just should support that, even if something happens with the speaker, because we know there's storms and things like that's going on. Somebody may be knocked off. So let's move forward. Good job, everybody. Good job. That was an amazing, amazing breakout reflection. You guys took some subjects that were hard. Right now, somebody who has to teach A&P is saying, oh, I got this. I got this. But let's also do the same thing. Could those activities go for any, can you cultivate those activities to go for any of the subjects that we had listed? All right. Especially nails. I saw a lot of nails. So I want to challenge a lot of educators in your free time, pick up the nail book. Look at a nail magazine. Find out that thing that challenges you and just do some study on it. Build a lesson plan on it that you're going to create. Okay. You create it, not from a textbook or anything, but you need to challenge. We all should challenge ourselves in those subjects that we're not the strongest in, because any day, anytime we could come in and we got to take somebody's spot. So just being ready and prepared is pretty much where we're going to go. Okay. So absolutely amazing, amazing, amazing. We're going to prepare for our closing. Let me look at the time clock. We are going to prepare for our closing, but let me tell you, as we pick back up on Health That's Not My Strength tomorrow, we're going to flow right into digital classroom. We got a state board presentation early. Please make sure you're on. We also have PSI presentation earlier. And we're talking about those barriers within the classroom, those learning and teaching barriers within the classroom. Full speed ahead on tomorrow. Okay. And so we'll close today by doing the 10 takeaways. So, right, engagement and reinforcement. So after every lesson, we want to do some engagement and reinforcement. Okay. We're going back to get some engagement and reinforcement because we've cultivated this lesson. We've identified the things that we need help in, and we've made this amazing lesson. As we move to teaching it, we're looking at the engagement of the students. The students are going to tell you whether they're into it or not, whether they're pulling from it or not. In instances that are not, we got to move to something else. But here's how we evaluate engagement and reinforce the lesson. Top 10. That's my go-to. I think I talked about it earlier when they were doing sanitation. I said, let's top 5. Okay. Top 3, top 5, top 10. I want 10 things. And this is me talking to students. Give me 10 things you discovered today. Allow individual and group participation. So I may ask them if we're just waiting on the clock. They're all sitting at their desk. Stand up and give me yours, and you get to call the next person. And so the students start calling out friends. And then if they're stumbling over something, so you can phone a friend. You need somebody to help you. And that's just reinforcing. I want to know that what I've taught is in there. Okay. We talk about concepts of learning. You have to, in fact, I'm going to cut my camera on. You have to, in fact, repeat things sometimes up to 4 times where it can start to get stuck in there. Then you have to continually in different arenas talk about it. And then it becomes a learning, something that they've learned. Okay. And so we're going to do that. So a lot of times I do a lot of repeats. Give me 10 things because I hate to hear, you know what. So I tell them as a class or as a group, 10 things you learned today. If the student can say, and we don't have to answer that, and you as an educator is like, I didn't teach 10 things today. I didn't teach 10 things. Something somewhere is missing. We got to be able to continue to engage. Also, the reinforcement shows me who's paying attention. It shows me who I need to pay more attention to. It shows me who needs support and who's really ready to go to the next level. All right. And so take some time to do that assessment at the end of the day. Whether you ask them to write it on a sheet of paper and drop it, or you just do a verbal assessment, just see how much they know. Especially if you're going to work in modules and you're going from foundation level 1, they got to move to level 2. You want to ensure that you're preparing them for the next level. I'm going to stop share. I am going to go into the chat. If you have not did your survey, please click it and do so. Y'all, it has been has been a blessed day. I want to take 2 people. I see your boxes, 2 people that can give me 2 takeaways as we close out class for today. You can unmute. And if you want to go into the chat, everybody can chat, but give me 2 people that unmute. Give me your takeaway from today. Yes, playlist and how to incorporate it. Amazing, amazing, amazing. What else do we have?
The challenges with the younger generation.
Oh, yeah, the challenges. Yeah. And we're still moving. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The challenges. Yes, it's been a great day. Have a game plan. Gotta have a game plan. Gotta have a strategy. Amazing. Thank you, guys.
Taking those times to time them, giving me those takeaways, the 3, 5, 10. Gets their brain to working so they're not just lying dormant. They have to come back and think about, everything that they learned and what you taught. That lets you know if you reached them.
Yes, and I absolutely love that. I love that. And you'll find I even do that with the kids, with my nieces and nephews, because yeah, I love it.
Helping,
Diversity. Go ahead.
helping the students to respond and not to react.
Mm, helping them to respond, not to react. And that's good. And staying in our professional, I try to give them as much freedom as possible. I still have those boundaries, but I let them make the choices. Engagement and reinforcement is a great way to end class. Absolutely.
I'm
Absolutely.
sorry, I'm back. I also like the phone jail, the cell phone jail.
Uh-huh. And I got my bucket from Hobby Lobby. Any Hobby Lobbyers out there? I get my bucket from Hobby Lobby, and it has to go in there. And it's just all fun and games. It's all fun and games. But the rules are strict when it comes to it. Um, we got to make sure. So that's something I continuously have to talk about is content building later, learning now. Content building later, learning now. So everybody wants the social media engagement to get paid, but content building later and learning is now. Good, good, good. I am so glad. Make sure everyone completes the survey. It's going to be an amazing day. Tomorrow, you're going to complete the training. It's been 8 hours. And when I say y'all, we did it. We absolutely did it. Give yourself a round of applause. Woo! We absolutely did it. Here's the link. Remember to get your 8 hours, you got to complete the link. And so everybody is amazing. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Yes, 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 yes. Let me see if I can.
Is the training class what's listed under that sub caption?
Yeah.
BELC? Okay.
That's the training class. There we go. That's the
do I
training.
need to go back and redo it? Because I put today's date.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm sending everything over to Roxana, so she's mainly gonna check the comments for mostly and making sure that your license number and everything matches. Okay, so you're fine. No need. Good job, everybody. Well, that's been an amazing day. I see you bright and early in the morning for day 2. Y'all have a blessed and great Sunday. You did it. You did it. You don't have to see me anymore for a while. So until tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, y'all be blessed. I'm going to be on just for a little bit, just to make sure I got surveys in and I got license numbers. I'm going back through the chat and taking a picture. But y'all, there you go. Sign off for me. Sign off for me. Y'all, it's good to go. Good to go. Remember, this chat is not live stream. So I'm going to be on just for a minute just to take notes from the chat. But everybody's good to go. See you tomorrow.
Miss Cox, can you put your picture up with your phone number just in case? Because like I said, today I kept getting kicked out the group. This is Miss Stuckey.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put my number in the group, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Miss Stuckey. Hey.
Hey, Stucky, it's Miss Jackson.
Hey, Miss Jackson.
I miss you, girl.
Harry.
Absolutely amazing.
Yes. Love you. Love you more. I'll call you later. Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. I was gonna say, I don't know if you remember me or not, but I was the one who I kept emailing you. I was like, I didn't get it. Oh my goodness. So I don't know if you remember me or not.
Give me your name.
Cherie Santos Pieve.
Of course. Of course. And it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy I was able to make it this time because I was totally panicking.
No, we got it. We got it. It has been a pleasure. It's a pleasure having you in class.
Likewise, likewise. All right. Well, you take care. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. It's 6 a.m. my time. So,
What?
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh,
I admire and the sacrifice. Ooh, but it's gonna be good on the other side. I'll see you
I know.
tomorrow.
Can't wait. Take care.
Take care.
All right.
All right, I'm here to make for sure that my credit goes towards the correct license because I don't actually know how it's listed now. So it's Monica Queen.
Oh, hey Monica.
Hey. So initially I had the cosmetology instructor's license. And then when I got my barber license, I guess the instructor's endorsement was added to that as well. And so I have two licenses. So I don't know if the credit needs to be applied to the dual instructor's license. So one license says dual instructor, and the other license says cosmetologist, active instructor. So I just need to make
You
for
think
sure
one is gonna drop off?
I don't know. I just needed to go toward both to I guess to be for certain.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just making a note, and in the email, I tell them to make sure they reference Monica Queen. Okay.
Yes, and so you may need to put. So I just did the name change with the board, so it may be active by the time. I don't know how long that normally takes for them to change it in the system.
Okay.
Right now, when I look it up, because it was literally probably Thursday evening or Friday when I submitted the application and paid the money to do the name change since it was legally changed. So I don't know where. I don't know how many. Oh, you know what? It's already changed. I'm looking at it now. It's under Monica Queen. So when I signed up for your class, though, I hadn't changed. It was still Carruthers.
Okay, that's fine. You go in as Queen.
But it is Monica Queen. It's Monica Queen, and I did So yeah, the license is two license numbers, and that's why I just added both of them.
Okay.
So I guess I want to make sure I get credit for cosmetology and barbering, just in case that it's even though it's a dual instructor's license, I still do have that standalone cosmetology license instructor. So I don't know how it is, and I just want to make sure we're covered.
Oh, you're
If
good.
that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What happens? I would send both numbers in, and I just put a special note by your name, and then Roxana and her team will go from there. But I make sure I turn out all of it in. Okay.
Okay. Great.
Awesome. Have a great evening.
You do the same. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Tomorrow. Y'all stay safe out there if you're in the Memphis area. I heard it's a storm.
Yeah, it is. It was storming. It's not now.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, have a great one. Just
You too.
going
Bye-bye.
through, looking at some of the comments. I'm still on. Make sure you guys get your reviews out the way, your surveys out the way.
And I might be putting that number in wrong. Let me see. 5374. Let me see if I put that in. I think I put it in wrong. Oh Lord. I think I've been putting the number in wrong.
You think you been putting the number in wrong?
Cause I think I did. Yep.
Text me the right numbers.
Oh,
You want to, well, not just take a break and then just text it to me tonight. We'll just make sure tomorrow when we send that list in, we got the right numbers, okay?
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Miss Destiny, this is Rose.
Hey, Rose.
Hey, I'm sorry. What do we put for the training class? For the survey?
BELC 2025.
DELC. C.
LC.
DELC.
B as in boy.
E.
Beauty Educators Leadership Conference. It's
Yes,
BELC
ma'am. Thank
20.
you.
No problem. You know, I think about you and I just kind of do a little chuckle because I can't forget you had Huggy Heart.
Yes, I use my husband's card, and it just automatically put his information in. But I
Yeah,
saved him as Hubby on my phone, so I was like, "Oh my God!" So I
it's
was like, I
that's
wrote
how I
you that
know who you
email,
are.
and then I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't receive anything from you," and the course was in a few days.
Uh-huh.
So I'm glad I got a hold of you and got to
Yeah.
be here today. Thank you. You were great.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Rose, let me ask you this. You have a manicuring license or a cosmetology license?
I have cosmetology, but I teach nails.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure they knew it was cosmetology. If you were manicuring, I wanted to particularly specify that. But good job. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, ma'am. See you then.
Okay, cool. All right. Amazing, amazing. All right, all right, all right.
Miss Cox, I wasn't able to communicate a whole lot, but I was able to stay on today.
Okay, you did good today. Thank you, Allie.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good. Did you take care of your survey?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I actually did it twice because I didn't put the BELC the first time, and so I went back and did it again. So if you see it twice, please ignore the first one.
I got it. I got it. I see you bright and early in the morning. Thank you again for everything. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Do I need to stay as long as you're here today or
You're
tomorrow?
good. Uh-uh.
Okay, I'm good for tomorrow too.
Yeah, I just hang over tomorrow. I wanted to make sure every body got, their names and got surveys. So we're good to go. I will
Okay,
see you
thank
in the
you.
morning, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.